Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Finals Community Cup, and we are here Split 1's Day 2, because Split 2 is going to be the next weekend. So make sure you're ready for it. We did have eliminations going on yesterday in our round 1 matches and round 2 matches as well, but not all of the round 2 matches are done, so we are bringing it back again on a fine Saturday. My name is Lucifer. Joining me on desk is Aapcon. How do you feel about Split 1's Day 2? Who are going to be our top 8?
I am going to be absolutely excited because already we have starting up from 32 teams, we are now down to the final 16 or 8 teams, and by the end of today we will get those semi-finalists. We will get those finalists who will not just make it in their top 2 position but will also make it in the finals, and that's what the entire objective is going to look like when we'll take a look after the entire format. That the Split 1, it's not just your last chance, it's just for you to get a gist of how your competition is going to look like and how the players and all of your opponents are going to be just innovating with themselves with all of those builds. But yeah, any standouts yesterday for you that you were completely mesmerized? Because for me it was surely Andy going up with those triple heavies.
I think the double heavies setup coming through, where they were successful in both the fronts of attack as well as defense, that's the one I enjoyed, because we had a rare sight yesterday when we ended up seeing 2 heavies who were good on defense, but later when we ended up into the attack formation or the attack side of the half, we did not see much result from the teams which had 2 heavies playing on the attack. So I think after seeing the last game yesterday, it has riled me up for the entire day of Day 2 of Split 1. And Split 1's action, top 4 teams get a chance to move ahead, but where do they move? The first 2, they get a jump into the finals, the top 6, which will be happening on the weekend of the 18th, whereas the other 2, they get into LCQ, who will be met with the other 2 teams from Split 2's 3rd and 4th.
Absolutely, and you have to make sure that you somehow manage to make it in the top 4 position. Even if you do not manage to move it to the finals, you are going to get a chance to qualify yourself for the LCQ, which is going to be the last chance qualifiers. 2 teams from each of the split, and then the 2 teams from the LCQ will then make it to the finals, and then we'll get the final 2 teams who will play in a best of 5 year at the grand final. So I think August is going to be completely locked in for all of those players and all of the the final fans there who are going to be enjoying. And I'm one of them. I did enjoy a lot of finals action yesterday, hoping to see some more. But let's have a look at the prize pool as well. It's going to be a total prize pool of $10,000, and that's going to be the champions who will walk away with $6,000. Runner-up for the entire tournament is going to go with $2,000. For the podium finish, the one at the 3rd place will get $1,200, and the 4th place is going to secure the bag of $800.
Now, $10,000 up for grabs. This is not a Split 1 or Split 2 prize that viewers are wondering. It is going to be the prize pool of the final event of this Community Cup, which is going to be on the weekend of 16, 17 and 18. So make sure you have subscribed to the channel, follow our socials, and make sure that you hit the bell notification, because whenever we are going to be live bringing you the best of the best, the finals action, you do not want to miss it. And the top 4, as we spoke, has a lot of, I would say, credits as well as importance. But before we jump into discussing who our top 4 is, let's quickly talk about the teams who have qualified and who haven't, because today is Day 2. We see Sneak Peekers, Roulette, Velocity, Black Flag, Blossom, Direct Garpe, Quandale, Lethal Force, Kingsmen, Unite to Fight, Born to Lose, KBK, Insidious, Kitchen, Believers, Orbit, Classy Folks, Re1 Esports, and Ref. All these teams have been eliminated, and today we are going to see a lot more eliminations as well, because today again, as you see these screens and the matches, we have 5 left, meaning 5 more teams will be eliminated out of the 10.
Absolutely, but let's take a look after the bracket. After tomorrow, we have the side of level 100 who won their first game, and continuing them, it was Team Marcos who just maintained that 2-0 the entire game. But one thing that I really love about yesterday is that all of our games were just 2-0. But now when all of these teams are going to strike up against each other, hopefully we get to see the series that goes on towards the distance of a decider game. Meantime, on the other side of the round 1 bracket, we are going to see Team R&D going up against Alpha Strike. This is one of the this is one of the match that I definitely hope is going to be very dominant from the side of R&D, and especially from Alpha Strike, who gave us an insane comeback out of being down with a 0-3 in the entire map too. But let's take a look after the schedule. The first game for today is going to be Eternal Fade going up against Skull Crusher, and we have 5 games for today as well. 4th and 5th games are obviously a quarterfinal, so yeah, this is going to be something interesting.
As we said, there are still a couple of matches to decide our top 8. So that's going to be 3 games. Starting it off is going to be Eternal Fate versus Skull Crushers. Then is Horizon Esports versus Slingers. And then we see the Soldiers coming packing in. Yesterday we did see a couple of names with Soldiers, but they weren't able to land the victories that they needed. But let's see the first game on hand. Eternal Fate versus Team Skull Crushers, who have got it better for themselves. The players also in front of your screen, starting off with Shooter, Fraggot, Berry, Flix and Parag.
Absolutely. These are going to be the 5 players from the side of Eternal Fate. And I feel the yesterday's game was completely, absolutely, I'll say, like one-sided. But to the next is going to be the Skull Crushers, who are going to have Tycoon OP, Amigo, AK Soup, Phantom Slayer, and Mr. Rambo. So yeah, this is going to be the side of Team Skull Crusher, who will be taking on them. And only one of these 2 teams are going to move ahead. As far as I remember, the Skull Crusher went down to Direct Gharpe in a 2-1, scoreline. So that's going to be interesting. But let's take a look after the maps and the veto, that which maps are we going to witness today for the very first game. This is going to be interesting. Las Vegas and Cis Horizon is going to be banned from either side. Skull Crusher picking up Kyoto for the first match, which is going to be interesting. And then we go on to Skyway Stadium and Monaco. So these 3 maps, I would love to know your thoughts on this.
I think Kyoto is close to being a norm, because otherwise if it ends up becoming Las Vegas or Cis Horizon, we are, I think, about to get to Kyoto, where it is going to be a choice of every team coming through. However, Skyway Stadium and Monaco, this has been the norm for every team that we have seen so far. So seeing the normal maps so far is good, meaning the competition level that we are going to be seeing in the Finals Community Cup kind of maybe having the even standoff point. But as we were talking about the matches today in comparison to yesterday, I think Upcon, what is going to be different? I think in the first 3 games it should be again clean sweeps coming in from one of the other ends. But as you did mention about the Skull Crushers, right, yesterday I think this was the game that I got a chance to take a little sneak peek of, and they were the ones who were able to get on a reverse sweep. Whereas they lost the first game on a 4-0, and then they made their way back here and clinched this chance to head into round 2. So if they're able to continue this today as well and take down Eternal Fate, it might give them an upper hand. And it might be one of the first matches on a live stream that we see going all the way.
Absolutely, and I'd love to see. And not to forget that I think they were the only team who managed to have like a 3-mapper game in the entire series of round 1.
We might have had other.
Oh, okay.
But we don't know off stream.
Oh.
And that's the reason we don't know.
Absolutely. But like hopefully like we get to see some more 3-mappers, because it's going to be interesting to see all these teams, going cutthroat towards each other. But now as we move on to the game, we are going to get the first map. It is going to be the map of Kyoto, one of those open maps. It is going to be really interesting to see that how the players are going to get into their comms. We do have the sniper plays which we saw yesterday from the side of Team ID when they were up against Velocity Gaming. This was this one map where the lights and the heavies really play a big role. Most important that the terminals in these specific maps are very tricky. For you, it could be just beneath the tower and all the way towards the top of the terrace as well. So I'd love to see that where the terminals are going to be placed up in the initial round. And starting things up at the defensive side, we have none other than Team Skull Crushers, who will be starting up. So yeah, okay, Skull Crusher on the attack. So this is going to be interesting to see how they are going to pan out the attacking advantage.
Let's hold off and see what works out. 2 lights, 2 mediums and a heavy coming in. Attackers seem to be ready and they're going to kick things off here. Let's speak about Kyoto, and Kyoto does get interesting because of the tower that is there in the mix. But let's see if the tower actually is going to be a pain point or not. It's time to start Kyoto between these 2 teams. First to 4 wins in the 7 rounds that we have here in Kyoto.
2 medium, 2 light and a heavy build coming in from the side of the defenders. The attackers, which are going to be none other than Team Skull Crusher. Let's see what is going to be the game of themselves here. Nonetheless, they are moving in from this side, taking the jump pad, getting an easy route for themselves. The decryption key making its way in towards the A side. But the defenders, can they get them, can they spot them in an off-guard position? As I mentioned, the sniper, the first kill. Oh my god, what an insane shot right up to the head. And that's a light being down. An insane start. But that was an attacker who took down the defender. So this is something which is quite unexpected to us.
Yeah, it's painful to say the least, because if you lose your defender to an attacker who's sniping, I mean, that or doesn't strike right. It doesn't just feel normal. And I think that's a big mess up coming in from the defenders. But the attack seems to be going in. Defense are trying to gather together, making sure any terminal that the attackers try to hit for is going to be guarded well. So far, Sono's not been giving any information, but the attackers, they're taking away players. That's what they've been doing. They've been in a pretty business. But right now, quick trades coming through. They double down as they take 2 attackers out.
Absolutely, barrier match now in play, but they are also gonna get denied once again. It's down to only 2 players remaining from the side of Skull Crushers. They have to move in, flamethrower in play, and it seems as if Scope is gonna be in a big trouble. Fall down to Rambo, managing to neg these snipers, but I don't think that he is able to find any luck through it. He does has the control for the decryption key, but the barrier mesh is not gonna give him any chance, and he is forced to back out on the opposite side.
I really like that is the confidence of being a heavy. He is like a commander-in-chief over there, telling him, if you want to get closer, try your luck, because I'm not going to give you any way with that mesh shield, but there's another terminal. That's what Rambo says. Now let's see Mr. Rambo, will he be able to do it? No, he works on the explosive mine, doesn't even check the stairs. And what a setup from the defense as they win round 1. Eternal Fate, they seal the first one in their bag.
Wow, that was insane. That was a statement to kick things up. Having the first advantage, having the first, like aim to just directly go in and get the sniper kill, being an attacker, like that just does not, like adds up for you, doesn't it? But nonetheless, Skull Crusher, they have the advantage for now. They have won the first round. And to gain that momentum and to make things more complicated for these contestants, the worst thing is going to be the night vision. These, like night plays and the nighttime makes it so difficult for any players to spot on the utility. As we saw, that, the last player surviving from the side of the attacker could not really manage to get himself the advantage and just walked over, I think, at the mine. That is something which is like absolutely unexpected for you playing in these night times. But let's see if Skull Crusher could turn things around after being down to like 1 against the opponent D.
I think that they had actually a bigger lead when it started, especially with the sniper finding the first elimination on the opponent light and then finding a second, which made their life in the attack even better with a 5v3. But their intention of running into A maybe was the decision that they took wrong. If they had treaded the likes of B, understanding that their initial hit was in the direction of A, where the defenders could have rotated, and that's what happened. Defenders were holding that A side as strong as they could. They were defending, as you could see, even with canisters. They'd burst open the canister, especially the medium shotgun play coming through. That was the reason I think majority of the players started falling apart. But we are jumping back into the game. Let's hope defenders of how they were able to reel the round back in. Eternal Fate, can they find 2 more rounds for the first half? Whereas the attack, they started well but couldn't end it as they wanted. Mesh shield, a little too early to be activated, but not much to worry because that doesn't have something of a time constraint to it. It's all about the damage that it takes, but right now there's been damage from the defenders done right from the get-go.
Absolutely, and when you're fighting up against like pro lights, mesh shield is so much advantage for you, especially in those scenarios when you're trying to play on a retake. Once again, the sniper, and that's gonna bring you the first excellence. What a way to kick things up! It's Mr. Rambo going down to the SR 84. A big advantage once again for the defense, and this time it's the revenge from the previous time.
Yeah, exactly. Mr. Rambo was the one who's causing all these naughty troubles coming in for the attackers. And this time, the attackers themselves get one from the defenders. And what a play coming through from Frag. Skyesports model 1887. This was the deadly weapon previously from the defense. Explosive canister sends it right off. But it doesn't seem like he's found anything. However, there is a key in the mix. So if they're able to hold this down strong, attackers will have a tough time. They have not seemed to find an approach to move away from the sights of the defenders.
Absolutely, and struggling with the number situation, they still have to go and get the decryption key for themselves. It feels as if defenders are absolutely putting a lot of pressure towards the A terminal, but the elimination comes in, and that's going to be Phantom who is going to get taken down. Alright, the dome shield is going to defend them and it's going to help them hold their ground, but nonetheless, the strike back from the side of team Than attackers are really pinching them down in these corner position. Now finally the numbers advantage for them. Skull Crusher down to 3 players and now all down to 1 single player remaining. Rag with a massive value out of this util, and as he gets taken down, second round up for the side of Eternal Fate.
What a play coming in. Again, This time they were the first one to find an opening, unlike the previous round, and after finding that, there was still a heated battle which was going on in the houses. But what was done better was keeping themselves in a distance. Defenders were able to hold ground for themselves and pick attackers one after another. You saw one open up with a rocket launcher. Flix did kind of mess up his charge and slam, but it didn't matter. His teammates were there to back him up and quick pick-offs on the attack end, and they were able to get round number 2. It's time to start round 3. The setup is also going through Prague with his defensive mines, turrets. He is ready to make sure that there is no attack, and especially when there's a tower terminal, it is even worse. Frag found the first opening. Can he find the second?
Absolutely, and I feel the last time we saw a tower terminal, it was all the heavies trying to go and get some advantage with those sledgehammers, take down the entire tower, or maybe the floors to really put that terminal down towards the ground, because it's kind of tough for you to actually climb up that entire tower, especially when you are at a heavy position. The RPG still into the hands of Mr. Shooter, not be able to spot anyone, but the cloaking device is gonna get utilized, and Frag with the sonar grenade is gonna find 2. Let's see if he could really connect to Sniper. The snipers have been a big value towards this first 2 rounds. But for now, it seems to be that both the players are playing the game of patience here. Finally spots one, goes for the head, but only a damage of 125. The light survives off an only 25 HP. Let's see if he could get a recovery. Meantime, flamethrower in the hand.
Started off well.
Absolutely. Decryption key moving on towards the B side. I feel like attackers are just so paranoid at this position. After that sniper shot towards the light build, things have been really complicated for them. They're trying to make sure that they move up towards the Villa terminal. The defense now trying to create pressure for them. And from the side of Mr. Shooter, who's just down to 100 HP, is going to find a struggle. But SR84 once again finds the connection. Could have been an elimination, but he misses his chance. And the dash is going to come into the advantage. Finally, he connects. 2 players down from the side of Team Skull Crusher. And the numbers advantage yet again for Eternal Fate to close out the half in a 3-0.
This is a round. This is a round, but it's seeming to get closer with a 3v3 right now. The attackers are not letting this round go. They want a conversion here. Flamethrower and the attacker is up on close to the tower, but the key is nowhere close, and this is the advantage that they're taking. Time is running short, and it hits the 0, and with that it is going to be a flawless 3-0 to start things off on the defense for Eternal Fate as they switch sides to attack right now. Let's see if they can continue this winning streak against Skull Crushers.
I think Team Skull Crusher did have their map pick, but the side pick and the advantage which Team Eternal Fate were really able to manage was massive. But out of having just 1 heavy build alongside, 2 medium and 2 lights, I'd love to see that what is the game plan here for the attackers, especially when you just need 1 single point and you know that you don't want to give any room. For now, the flamethrowers absolutely getting the attention with those fire being burst on towards all of these grass positions. Gonna just grab the attention towards these corners and maybe them going on towards some flank for the B terminal. Nonetheless, the decryption key has already started to make his way in, and that is a lot of ground control that team attackers have managed to get. Skull Crusher looking strong in the starting half.
Shot miss, positions known. Rambo's gonna run away from the roof. But Frag Rift, he knows that's not an opportunity he's lost, but that's at least information given to the defenders. Defenders, can they hold it off? Skull Crushers weren't able to do anything on attack. Can they do it? Any of it in defense? Farag seems to be in a battle with a shooter as well. Exchanges, finally attackers lose a player. Now that's the first opening, but immediately it gets traded off. This is back to a 4-4. They're trying to make it even worse as they find another player on the defense. Skull Crushers in trouble.
Argent Slam comes right into play. Numbers disadvantage for the side of team defenders, and they need to turn things around, but after being just down with 1 point, oh, what a shot from the sniper. Light still managing to slip away from that position, but just underneath the basement, there's a very sneaky play coming in from the side of Tycoon. Let's see if you could find some value. 2 massive floods, and that's going to be 1 final play remaining for the attackers. Only 1 player, and that could be the first point for the defenders. And let's see if we can really spot him. First connection is indeed there. They're trying to make sure that they get him closer. Not going to give him 2 room of opportunities, but 2 shots miss. Can he turn around? A 1v3 could be a big statement if he ends the entire match in this way. Nonetheless, he too has a sniper, so it's a really tough fight to get in his favor.
Tried best, but finally defense show up. It's a late party into the game, but they still make it happen here with one defender. As a tank, they still make it work. And now let's see how far they can push this opportunity. A really good utilization of the environment with the flamethrower, making sure the grasses are completely burned, but they were not able to do it to an extent. But finally, they still win up one round. Now, this one round, can it go further? Because on the attack end for Eternal Fate, all they have to do is get one round and they'll call this map quits. They'll close this map on a win. Otherwise, there can be a big comeback and we might get over to a decider. Yesterday, I was speaking about a reverse sweep. Skull Crushers, can they do it again here?
Absolutely. I think that was one of the most amazing alpha strikes, having, that reverse sweep in Monaco. Moving on towards round number 5, they're just one round away from getting close to an equalizer, and this is absolutely a must-win once again. We are the side of Team Skull Crusher. The defensive advantage, so far I don't see them having any sort of ground control towards the top-hand side and get any info on these rotation that is coming in from the side of Team Eternal Fate. Eternal Fate have already made their way in towards the Villa position, and they might as well go towards the terminal, but the util would really await them. And as we saw, many mines, many attackers positions are there. So now Grenade is going to give no info towards the attacker, which means all the players are just away. They're going to retake, and this is going to be a tough retake if you're the side of Skull Crusher.
Chase coming in from Berry. He did spot a light, but he's unable to get the finish on him. Still the call that he's surrounding the building. Attackers, they are getting flustered, but they're able to find the opening on a defender. Now that is going to give them some confidence, but there are more defenders. They find more, as they say about it. M11 coming in, and now they are trying to chase with the light. Light's doing heavy damage, and then everybody else coming in for the last blow. Again, this Model 1887 is a weapon to be feared, but it looks like quick trades. Defenders answer back 3v3.
Absolutely, but the toxic gas is going to put a lot of damage towards the light position, especially when you have only 150 HP. Guardian turret up to defend the entire side. The decryption has not yet started. So this is going to be a tough one to gain that decryption key and go for the retake, but the barrier mesh, what a way to put things up. Completely denying any positions. Oh my god, that's a very devastating way to end things up. Team defenders really looking to get any advantage, but the way the terminal is out there in the open would be a real help for the snipers.
Oh, the key making a move, and now with the sonar, it also did ping the player once. And now look at this frag rift. He's stuck. XP. Can he find anything? Sniper spotted a player who's on half of his health. Rambo going for a chase, but Amigo gets caught out. It's a 1v2 situation now. Wow. By the time it hits the clock, it hits the dust, and it is going to be a second for the defenders. Good play coming in from Skull Crushers. They're not giving a chance for Eternal Fate to close this in a flawless fashion.
Absolutely, and I love the way team Skull Crusher are keeping their composure. They're not losing their momentum yet. Despite being down 3-0, the mental looks strong. Now let's see what's going to be the position. Okay, V95. I'm not a big fan of this gun, especially because whenever you see these guns in your hand, you don't get to have much of this advantage for yourself. But let's see if this could be completely utilized from the side of Phantom Slayer. Nonetheless, they are up towards the attack side and they are playing it slow for now, disabling all of these grappling hooks, and this could be a big turnaround because, as I mentioned, these heavy players absolutely struggle to enter any of these terminal. Toxic gas on the position. Canisters could be destroyed if any players go in and contest any sort of terminal, but nonetheless, the defenders doing a pretty big job here. I think attackers are going to get tough time going in for the decryption.
Attackers took a lot of time from spawn itself to make their move. Not too sure what the decision is. The portal being used, it does help them cross across roofs quicker in towards the A, but is that going to be enough for them? Vanishing bombs are also done for. They do spot a couple of gadgets, try to destroy it, sonar to detect, but no information as of now.
Absolutely, the glitch mine once again doing a lot of damage. The terminal would really be contested. Oh my god, this is going to be a big chaos. The heavy is going to be in contestation, but is going to get denied. Sniper really managing to get the shot, but it's only a leg shot which he's able to connect. 2 players remaining and defenders are looking to crumble here. They need a miracle. They need a big fine play coming in from the remaining players, and yes, they get the first one, but the trade has to come through. Rambo running for his life, is trying to make sure that he kind of escape, but Slayer, what a way to use his dash and what a way to escape that position. He's still getting chased down. Guardian turret is going to do a lot of damage, and that could be the reason that he finds his name on the Guardian turret. One single player remaining, 1v1, but that's not going to be the case. They managed to close the map
Eternal
down in
Fate.
a 4-2 situation, and that's Eternal Fate who will win map number 1.
I got almost a little too close, missed his evasive dash into the opening across into a balcony, and if that did happen, I think it could have been still a 2v2 chase, which was viable. And it was almost like a cop and thief chase coming in over there. It was interesting. Skull Crushers did not achieve the victory that they intended to, but the comeback did look intense, and it was almost kind of on the nerves for the side of Eternal Fate, and if they did not close here, it would have gone to the deciders for sure, because the scoreline is a 4-2. It could have been a 3-3 and then a 4-3 in favor of Skull Crushers as well. But unfortunate, Skull Crushers, yes, did pick this map, but they will not be able to win it for now. There is still Skyway Stadium, which is a normal map which everybody plays, and Kyoto is the newest one, which was introduced in season 3. So a lot more adjustments needed for players. I know it's just a month or a couple of months before that we got introduced with this map, but whenever it's a new map, it is fairly new for you to understand and play around. But if there was a chance here for Crushers to do something, they were almost about to find a way to close it. Nonetheless, not much to be worried about it, because Upcon, this was just the first game between these two. Now yes, it's a single elimination, but of the competition that we have seen, I think there's a lot more left. So don't go anywhere. Skyway Stadium coming up next after this break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Finals Community Cup as we head over to map number 2, which is going to be once again an interesting way to kick things up. First game of today, and already Team Skull Crusher, despite giving a gist of what the comeback could look like, it was Eternal Fires who managed to take the first map for themselves. It wasn't their map pick, but still they managed to keep things up for themselves. And now heading into their own map pick, I'd love to see if Skull Crusher could still put some life into this entire series.
We have to wait and watch, but let's quickly talk about the previous game. Flix, who is playing a heavy, has 10 eliminations. Very well played coming in from him. We did see a couple of times where maybe a miss of, I would say, Charge and Slam, or I would say maybe the Flamethrower, but he played really well for the team with the setups that he had, and I think that worked out really well. Even in a round, we could see the audacity, the confidence, right, that showcased, telling them, I have a mesh shield. Try and do something about it. They couldn't. I think that tells us a lot as they switch sides depending on what specialization they would carry on the different sides. Gave us all the info that was needed, but for now it is a scoreline of 4-2. Along with Flix, there was Berry, who was also playing the light, and Fragget as well, because Fragrift, the way he could kind of counter Rambo and find out better eliminations, worked out better for him.
Absolutely, and now moving in way towards the Skyway Stadium, it's going to be interesting, I feel. And as you can see, 10 eliminations in total for Flix. Now that's some sort of confidence which he would really love to move in, especially some of the first bloods which we were seeing from the light builds getting that SR84, managing to get the first elimination in those open sides, and the way they were able to win their defensive side, which almost had lost 2 rounds consecutively, was just solely because they did not really give those individual duels to the short snipers in those open area. They managed to move in towards the villa and managed to close it out in their favor despite being it very close. But Skyway Stadium, a map that's once again going to be greatly advantageous for you if you especially move on towards the defensive side. And it's going to be the Eternal Fate that will start things up at the defense. So I'd love to see how they are going to manage to put up their entire builds. As previously, we did saw only one heavy build going alongside 2 lights and 2 medium. But let's see if that's going to be the same case for the start of Skull Crushers.
Yeah, it is not going to be easy, I'm pretty sure, for Skull Crushers, but Skull Crushers, after kind of extending close to a comeback, yes, did not pull it completely through to the decider or equalizing the score, but they did make a little bit of fear and power feel to the side of Eternal Fate. So they're going to be a little wary, they're going to be a little bit cautious as they move into Skyway Stadium, because Skyway Stadium, as you said, it would look good for the defenders, but if it ends up going into the places of estates towards the construction, there are a lot more openings that players can fight from and kind of cause havoc to the defenders itself. So right as now, defenders starting it off, I think it should be Skull Crushers based on the veto that we did see. So Skull Crushers are going to be playing on defense, and then we end up seeing, oh wait, no, actually they decide to go on attack. They had a chance of playing defense to start things off. They decide attack is the way we go, and we're gonna turn our tides when we move into defense. Now their attack on Kyoto did not work out well. The defense, they were able to pull off 2 rounds. Their strong suit seems to be defense, but we have to wait and watch of how it unfolds.
Absolutely, would love to see how Skull Crusher, despite having the choice for themselves, went on for the attack. And as you rightly mentioned, if the terminal points goes in towards construction, towards those positions, which is kind of open for you, especially after the decryption process starts, it's really tough for all of the players to spot on. And despite having the numbers advantage, the reign of util and the way all the players could just snipe you or take you down from a very advantageous distance as well could really be something that you wouldn't have called for. But nonetheless, Skull Crushers, as we mentioned, double medium, double light, and only 1 single heavy. This is going to be the way to go for them, especially at the attacking side. But in an open map like Skyway, where you have the terminals now towards apartment and construction, well, let's see how it's going to be defended from the side of Eternal Fate.
Heavy again on both the ends, but it's a solo heavy coming through, and the setup is again similar, mirror compositions coming in on the builds. 1 heavy, 2 mediums, 2 lights on both the ends. Now let's figure out how it progresses further.
Talking about
to prepare Skyway.
I think the abilities that they have are really insane, having those dash, and especially with these double guardian turrets. But let's see if they could really manage to use the advantage for themselves. Skull Crusher this time towards the attacking side, starting to make their move in towards the terminals.
Roof scouting. Phantom Slayer spotted. Can he find any value with this? This is a nice usage of the thermal bore. He doesn't have a sniper. He is basically playing with a silenced pistol. He's using this thermal bore for information right now. That's a nice way to approach. Let's see whether it'll progress in terms of a very well-rounded attack. Seems like no. There's already the first attacker gone down.
So that's a big disadvantage for them. Looks as if the Eternal Fate are having the advantage. Oh, Parag taking a big chunk of damage with the explosive canisters. Damage is going to come in through and through again. The retaliation goes right back. The shooter manages to stay alive, but the paint is going to go through. What a way to kick things up. Cloaking device up for the light. Numbers disadvantage down, and that's going to be Skull Crusher. Was still trying to figure out if they could get an entry towards any terminal and get the decryption started. But with Epic Suit being down to such low HP, he needs a lot of time to recover.
Phantom Slayer has been spotted, chased, as I might also say. He's also spotting a couple of players in the window, but now he has to enter. He did spot them on the floors above, but he was not able to jump in. But coming in from the back, a shooter is going to decimate everybody. However, one of the heavies, the last surviving individual from the attackers, tried his best trying to burn them all up. He was able to take the health away from them, but not convert around, and that's going to be the first round again for Eternal Fate.
Absolutely. The advantage is just miraculous, I feel, in these map for the defensive position. But despite having such a great load of utility, I think what could be a big advantage for the side of Skull Crusher would be after getting the decryption started, like the util, the guardian turrets, and all of those utilities that they have. It could really work so much in their favor. But in order to get the post terminal position, that is what could be a little tough position. But now, go canisters into the hands of Team Skull Crusher. Let's see if Epic Soup could really manage to just go and strike towards a terminal, use their, go canisters and block off some of the vision from the defenders to manage and get the decryption started. They're moving in towards the B terminal. They already could be, expected. We can see one of the snipers right at the top. Parag might have spotted the decryption key, which is moving in towards the Villa position. Let's see which is going to be the first point of contact for these team players.
Buildings being burst open. There's a rocket launcher on the attack, but attackers have already lost one of them, and I'm not too sure where this heavy is heading. He's all alone. I'm not even seeing a single attacker behind him. Maybe it's a faulty play. Maybe it's just an attack-seeking play. But as of now, it's brought down the numbers on defense as well. We are at a 4-4. The keys approach towards the A. Can they find a way in? Sonars on both the ends. One reveals the heavy. The other, I think, nobody. Attack, lose another. Epic Soup has a flamethrower, but he's unable to spot the player. The turret on the other end, it does spot him. Put up a dome, and now is trouble for that heavy.
Lewis Gun could not really able to finish the job which had really started, and these glitch mines are really doing a lot of concerns here. Nonetheless, a good chance, but he manages to get taken down. Once again, it's the side of Eternal Fate who will manage to win their second round as well. They're looking to put in a complete sweep in their defensive half for another map. But if you are the side of Team Skull Crusher, you really need one round at least up before this swap.
Last round for the first half. And the decision of going attack for Skull Crushers are proving difficult as well as almost series ending for them if they don't find a way of one single round on the attack. The last time they were able to pull 2 rounds, but I'm not too sure what they can do now. Charge and Slam used, but this was from the defense. They want to open up as many possibilities in case the attackers move in and try to close out and start getting the terminal decrypted. But for now, again, attackers taking a long route. As you can see, they keep progressing. Not directly hitting the terminal, but the approach seems to be a B attack.
Absolutely, and it's so tough for you to really manage to focus on one terminal without getting flanked, because it feels as if always it's Eternal Fate who some or the other way manage to get things around. But moving on to one final round, let's see if there could be some advantage. Okay, they have spotted 2 attackers, and this is what I was talking about. Already they know that the move is coming in towards the B terminal, and the rotation could potentially come in, but where is the decryption key? Has it been spotted yet from the defenders is a big question. Team Skull Crusher all the way in towards the B terminal. They could get a pretty open side. and it feels like no one from the side of defenders has really contested in for the first fight.
Sonar seems like it is trying to reveal the attackers. This is going to be good for defenders. As we said and spoke about the B, it is a B hit, but B, as we spoke and saw, the heavy had opened up spaces, so it's not going to be an easy B decryption plant. But it seems like defenders have lost one and the decryption has been started. Where did the defenders on the B side tread? Where did they move? However, attackers immediately get mowed down. They lose two of them, whereas they were only able to find one of the defenses. So right now it is going to be a retake approach on an advantage for the defenders in a 4v3.
Absolutely, but with down the numbers disadvantage, I do think that attackers, it's going to be a tough time. But the seconds and the time is still in their favor. Last 35 seconds remaining. They have to get a hit here, but the Guardian turret is going to get blocked off. Parag down to only 58 HP. The time is running out. Final 25 seconds remaining, and Eternal Fate might as well go down with another player. 3v3 situation. 20 seconds remaining. You need at least 7 seconds to get the decryption. Been interrupted, but with that now finally getting in. Mesh shield needs to be used all the time, right into the bomb side, and now it all comes down to one single player, which is not gonna get the decryption. It's gonna be a clean elimination, and it's gonna be the side of Skull Crusher, who will manage to at least win one round and still keep the hopes alive in their series.
One round. This was crucial for them. Previously in Kyoto, they were able to pull off 2 rounds in defense. I just hope, cross fingers, they are going to be able to push it to the third map. It is going to be a tough one for them, but they did manage to close that previous round, and that is going to give them a little bit of confidence moving into the second half, first round. Now they are in defense. Maybe it was a wise choice. Going into second in the second half gives them more power, gives them more stability, gives them more confidence of what they want to do. Let's see if it works. On the other end, attack did seem more powerful. They were more reliant in the damage, but I really like the setup. Maybe a little closer, but I think they finally removed it. I'm not too sure why Tycoon did that. That jump pad is a little annoying, but he does want to finally place it with a glitch. He made it even more deadlier right now. This is going to be interesting, and the other terminal is surrounded with 2 APS as well as the Guardian turret. So anybody trying to hit throwable, sending launchers off, nothing is going to be meeting the sights of B side. They're going to make sure that nobody gets closer. Had a smoke as well. They're making it tougher. Skull Crushers want everything, as they would want to try and push it to the last and final map.
They could just not blindly, just push in towards the smoke position, realizing that there's a Guardian plus an APS turret. If you hide inside the smoke, you're so free with all of the util if it is indeed dumped on you. But the B terminal is under the attack. What a way to start things up, but he's going to slip away and manage to survive just by the skin of his teeth. 2 players down for the defenders. Crushers need to manage and keep themselves alive. Frog gets down and is going to go climb up the entire stair. Meanwhile, Eternal Fire, who still have the numbers advantage, are struggling to hold their grounds together. The decryption has not yet been started, but it's only 50 seconds remaining.
It's a messy position for the defenders to take, and you can see right now they're being chased down, they're being hunted. And yet the decryption, yes, has not started. 41 seconds on the clock, and look at this M11 play coming through. There was a rocket launcher being used on Berry, but he somehow managed to survive. He is brought down to 50, but the decryption finally gets started. Now the defenders, with numbers weaker, they have to try a approach. Epic Soup tried his best, but also lost one of the defenders. It seems like Skull Crushers might actually concede to the third on Eternal Fate. It's a 2v4 situation. Epic Soup jumps in. Rambo, I'm not too sure where his mesh will not last for long. Eventually there was a quick find, but it got quickly traded out from that 1v3 to nobody surviving from Skull Crushers, and Eternal Fate get to 3. One run for them to finish not just this map but the series as well and push themselves to the quarterfinals.
And with both the lights having those evasive dash, it's so advantageous for you to completely play around the heavy builds, especially when you're contesting in a 2v1 situation when the build is all alone by himself. And what a way to start things up. Their first round in attack, and they managed to win it and up at the match point. Let's see if they could really manage to close it down, because Skull Crusher, this is not just the match point against them, it's the series point. Winning one round is going to secure themselves the quarterfinal slot, and that's going to mean that they will be the top 8 position and only one match away from getting themselves in the top 4 and at least securing the LCK.
I want to see what the light is going to do. Who has already gone in for the late lock or a flank. I'm not too sure that's going to be viable. He did have an XP. But you can see how well the attackers are also strategizing. A portal ready. The light is the one setting it up. And as soon as it gets closer to the terminal, the portal will be activated. Now all the players are going to jump through and they're using an invisibility cloak. Wow, that's intense. And now with the sonar, that should give them a lot more idea about what's happening. Players getting spotted, the glitch trap trying to annoy them. They cannot use their gadgets for now because of that glitch. There is turrets as well as they're trying to break it down. Model 1887, it does finally do that. Attackers are still not just managing to destroy the gadgets but also destroy players on the defensive Skull Crushers. 2 of them have been taken down.
The jump pad is going to be so annoying, as you mentioned. They have to start the decryption before the reinforcement arrive, and with only 3 defenders remaining, this could be the end game. This could be one final play remaining at the Eternal Fade. And just playing the time game here, they're just getting the info, but with the glitch trap called out to Sobos, the heavy build is going to get isolated, is going to get taken down. Numbers advantage up for Team Eternal Fight. And with only 2 players remaining, it seems to be all falling apart one by one. Phantom Slayer, the only player with a P95. What could be the magic that he could play out in himself? Well, the evasive dash just gone to chase him down. It's going to be the side of Eternal Fate who will win round number 2 and progress towards the quarterfinals of Split 1, the Finals Community Cup.
Eternal Fate, your next quarterfinalist. We still have 2 more games to figure out the quarterfinalists, but Skull Crushers, it was just not their day. And also, their decisions seemed a little unorthodox. So let's just hope they figure out the approach coming in towards Split 2, because this was just Split 1 here, Upcott. I know this is also kind of an experimental phase for a couple of these teams, because imagine, nothing is set on stone, right? All the 5 players that they've right now decided to play again and together with are not the players that they might be playing the season end as well, right? So it's also about everybody understanding each other. So Split 2 might seem a little bit different, but there are hopes. I think Skull Crushers just had to refine what they wanted to do, and also maybe the heavy play coming in was not well used coming in from the Skull Crushers. Everybody else was running rampant to take on head-on duels, which flubbed. Whereas on the other end, you could clearly see Eternal Fate of how well Eternal Fate were keeping their heavy ahead and everybody else around that heavy.
Absolutely, and I'd love to give a special mention, when you completely broke down that entire play. When I think Eternal Fate were doing in the final round, one of the players went in, they had a portal, they had the Vanish Bomb, and all of the players just frightened towards the B terminal office position with all, with I think most of the players, I think there was only one player, that was Parag, who got caught down with his caught down, and that was completely unexpected. But what a way to strike in without having any anticipation, without making a single sound, and 5 seconds inside and you are right up towards the terminal and getting the numbers advantage up for yourself. These strategies, these strat are something which I was really awaited to see, that how our players in the Community Cup are really going to get innovative with it, how they're really going to bring on those strats. And with that, we have the first quarterfinals for today as well. Already we have 6 quarterfinalists. We're just looking for 2 more. And with Eternal Fate now up, they will go up against World Generation. And we did have their match yesterday up against Burden United. And that is going to be one match to really watch out for. But up next is going to be yet again an interesting matchup, the Soldier versus B team. And on the other side, it's going to be Horizon Esports and Slinger as well. 2 of these 4 teams are going to manage to be the final quarterfinal finalists for today.
First match is done. Eternal Fate versus Skull Crushers. The next one coming up is going to be Horizon Esports versus Slingers, and then Soldiers versus B team. I don't know where the A team is, but this B team better strike hard against the Soldiers. But after these first 3 games, we jump into our quarterfinals of Split 1. Get ready for that. To start it off is going to be level 100 Gear. They did have a little tough time as they were about to close. It seemed like there was a comeback on the other end, whereas Marcos had a smoother sailing ship. But the smoothest and the fastest and the fiercest ship was IND. Quarterfinal number 2 might be a heavy one here at Opcon.
Absolutely, and I cannot wait to see how the quarterfinal action is about to start. All of these teams, I think, is gonna have really dominated, has really showed what they are capable of. But when they go up against these surprising opponents who have really been unbeatable in the tournament, just like them, it's gonna be a treat to watch. But for all the fans out there for the finals, we are gonna take a quick short break. On the other side, we have Team Horizon taking up, and this is gonna be an interesting second match. Don't go too far. We are gonna be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Finals Community Cup. My name is Lucifer. Joining me back on desk is going to be Upcon. We just saw the first game, which is yet not a quarterfinals game. So make sure your seatbelts are tightened up because next game is another elimination to figure out our last two quarterfinalists. How do you feel about that?
I'm really excited. Two more games remaining, and only I think two of the four teams are going to progress in to be the final two quarterfinalists. And then after these two games, we're going to finally start up with the top eight teams as well. And I think that's going to be a game of really high stake. So far, all of these games are going to be a BO3 series, and it's going to continue all the way until we get to the grand finals. But yeah, next up is going to be the side of the Horizon going up against the Slingers. Now, these two teams have had a real good, past games. Both of these two teams managed to get a pretty 2-0 starts. Team Slingers were up against Black Flag, while we talked about Horizon. They were up against Juliet 4, and yeah, they did look quite, easy for them in the round one. But when it comes down to this round, it's going to be a pretty single elimination. Any team getting eliminated will directly get a chance to re-participate in the Split 2, and their journey for Split 1 could be it. But Slingers, let's hope that they could have some real hope in themselves alongside Horizon Esports, who are going to be down here against them.
I think so far every team is kind of meeting their matches of having a threshold, right? This is the split one where everybody gauged the competition level, because before this there was not much to gauge with. You had to go online, play ranked games, figure out how good you were, try to climb the higher ranks, get yourselves into better positions, ranks overall, and then say that, oh, I'm in the top 1000, I'm in the top 500, I have a silver, I have gold and things like that. But now it is actually meeting fighters, the finals players, and then telling yourselves that I've beaten these teams. So right in front of your screens you just saw Horizon Esports, and along with them is going to be Team Slingers fighting for one chance to get into the top 4 of the split 1.
Absolutely, but let's take a look at the Vita and which maps would we have. Monaco is going to be map number 1, which is going to be picked by Slingers. Las Vegas and Kyoto are going to be banned, leaving with us Monaco, Skyway Stadium, and Cis Horizon. So these are pretty interesting maps. For the first time for today, we're going to see Monaco, and I'm going to be pretty excited to see how things are going to get started up. Horizon Esports will be the defenders for the starting two maps, while the attackers are going to be Slingers. Previously, we did see some action from Skyway Stadium. We did see that how tricky it could get for you being on the attack side if you don't have those heavy builds. But coming into Monaco, I would love to see how players are going to get all of those, plays, all of those controls. So yeah, I think this is going to be a close map, and I, do get a feeling that starting from now on, as we are getting to the final two games remaining for the entire round of 16, all the teams are going to have some innovations.
Everybody has to. I think that's what this game is about. The finals is about innumerable possibilities. You cannot count them on your hands. Let's see what they do here on Monaco. It's going to be a little foggy, but it's going to be an afternoon comfortable 2 p.m. I hope they've had their lunch, and if they've not, they're going to be hungry while they fight this game. A Horizon Esports versus Slingers. What do? Slingers, now they start on attack here, but they also start on attack later. Now that's interesting for me. So let's see how Monaco works for them. But if it doesn't, it's going to be trouble. Double heavy, 2 mediums and a light is their composition. And the attack is going to be towards Walkway and Villa.
Absolutely. And both of these heavies having a barrier mesh, while both of the medium are going to have themselves the turrets, while the cloaking device would be up for the only light attacker in the entire control. But yeah, talking about the side, starting up in the first side, it's going to be Horizon, who will be towards the defensive position, and the attacker Slingers, they are all set. So it's going to be real exciting to see how the attackers first half is going to eventually pan in. Now as the round starts, all the players progressing in towards the terminal. Most of these positions that we have seen, players just walk up right through the roofs, getting themselves to be the first one and get some info. But this time the players are choosing another route, going all the way around the corners to flank and maybe create a very element of surprise for the other team.
Using the forest, using the greener grasses to maneuver themselves closer to the terminal. Holding it out. Okay, 90x. He should be spotting them very soon. Maybe if not the players, but at least the trail. And yes, he spotted the trail of the key. He will start calling it. It is an attack coming in towards the villas. Can he hold it off? That's the more interesting part. If he's able to, it's going to be good for him. He has a teammate next to him. But the setup also seems to be good. It starts off the defense. It is Nightmare trying to find one player off guard, and he successfully does so. Attack has been broken up again.
Absolutely, getting the advantage once again. Horizon Esports, after getting so much info that all the players are going to be down towards the garden position. One final heavy remaining, who is going to be in a pretty tough spot, and no support being backed up from the side of Slingers. One final player remaining, and it's a very clean round coming in from the side of Horizon Esports. I think the thinking, the mentality for the side of Slingers were really great, but the way they managed to, unable to execute towards those top position and getting completely pinned down, that is something that they did not want to repeat themselves. Like, thinking was absolutely great, but they were not able to implement it in their favor.
Shed and Fountain is going to be round 2's terminal points to attack. Now, as you said, yes, their approach was interesting. All 5 players running together, but they were unable to conclude it. There was no climax in that because eventually they were spotted, the information was relayed, and they were flanked. But now what can they do different? Attack has to be a little more speedier. Attack has to be a little more cleaner. Where do they head? Do they head to the shed? Do they head to the fountain? Shed seems to be tougher than ever. Look at the amount of gadgets being put down. Not just the gadgets, even the glue. So it's going to make life even more difficult. But now, Aditya, he's been detected with the sonar and fell on the roof. Zeb, he is also hearing footsteps. And I really like this play, that nobody from the side of defense is stepping out, but it seems like one person stepped out and overextended, and they've already lost one of their first defenses. This makes matters even more interesting. As attack will try to go full-fledged, and their intentions are closer to the fountain.
Absolutely, this fountain pick is going to be so interesting, but the first connection is going to come in, and that's a Slinger who comes up on top. Team Horizon down to only 3 players remaining. While the A terminal is under the attack, I don't think that they would have any problem to go for, proceeding with the decryption key. Let's see if defenders could really manage to turn things around. The decryption has started, 55 seconds remaining, and with double heavy, 1 medium and 1 light. Wow, this is going to be a treat for all of us to see how the attackers are going to hold on and make it absolutely difficult for Horizon Esports to even come close to it.
Big shot being taken. Mesh is destroyed for now. Dome being used. There is a 2-pronged approach, and therefore attackers, they also get dwindled to a 3 on their end. 90x moving in, uses the AK. Can he find the elimination? The mesh comes up again, making life difficult. But they still have a chance, but time's ticking, 20 seconds on the clock. They have to be quick. Mesh again, trying to dilly-dally their approach on this retake, and they lose one. Do they lose a second? It seems to be. The AK is connecting. It brings it down to 2v2, but immediately gets traded out. It is going to be up to the last defender. 1v1 situation here, but there's no time for the defenders because the platform has been risen, and the round also for the attackers concludes with a victory.
What a way to hold the grounds. Let me tell you, it was a numbers advantage up for the side of Slingers. They had like at least a 4v3 advantage, but the way the defender was striking in, pinching them from both the corners, brilliant game plan from the side of Horizon Esports. The time not in their favor, but nonetheless it all came down nail-biting to a 1v2. Now moving into the final round of the entire half. Let's see which team is going to be the one who will end the half on the lead. Once again, Slingers are going to move in and they are going to get a chance. They can figure things out really. I think the way they adapted, those micro calls, micro adjustment after that first loss, it was crazy. Oh, okay, that was a defending sonar which directly came up to them, I think.
Yeah, it was a very early sonar, well traced for them. So they have info of at least 3 of their players. Last time, they delayed this. Defenders took their own time, hid in positions, and therefore attackers were able to sweep them out of their hiding spots. This time, how is it going to be different? Another sonar being used, this time from the attack. As we can see, there is a red bar, but only we are able to see on screen because we are the observers, whereas the defenders did not see an attacker traveling across. My bad, it was the other way around. The attacker did not see the defender. Now they've taken control of the stairs. Ritesh doesn't want to make any sound. Key is traveling across through the churches. Can they successfully take control on the other end? And it seems to be a beer attack on the church itself. Gadgets, they're doing damage. Nice sonar. It will reveal a lot more than it should. They're actually trying to fight with the turret, and this is a light trying to do this. An attack in the same time. They find one player to be eliminated on defense. They're looking forward to finding another, but yes, they successfully do so. Defenders are having a tough time. Finally, defenders find one, but there is so much of attack forces coming through that defenders can't do anything. 90x Gaming, he finally tries and he does assist his teammates, but now he's being burnt by none other than a flamethrower of his own teammate, but he uses it to benefit and attackers. They have been dwindled down just because of that spiral staircase to last single one player, Bonsai, who I don't know what he's doing at the construction.
Oh, that was a very unfortunate way to lose that round in such a manner. Team Horizon Esports is going to be up by 2, and the way they were completely able to lock down the entire church, giving them the space and then isolating them into their own terminal, what a way. And once again, the comp I don't think is going to change, but they could really move up those abilities. Cloaking device for Marvin, 2 mesh shields. This is going to be the side swap. This time it's going to be Slingers going in with the defensive situation. And Horizon were just 2 rounds away from getting themselves the first map victory and a potential advantage in the series.
First map Monaco, and Horizon Esports, they're on a lead. It's not too much, it's just a single round. Let's see how their attack turns. Their defense was not super great. They were the first one losing in terms of eliminations, the early first bloods. But after that, their retakes were better. Can Slingers do the same? Your boy Stan making sure that zip lines are destroyed. Nobody gets a chance to use the rope and climb up. Tightening it in all terminals, but nice sonar again. Detected 2 of them, especially 1 light and a heavy. Immediately jump out, they get spotted. The rocket doesn't find any damage, and now he has to run away because he knows it's not just 1 attacker towards his end, it's been 3. But somehow defenders managed to make quick work, but attackers as well, as they bring it down to a 4v3.
They responded back with 2 massive frags and going on for the third one. It's a heavy one, not that easy, but still, oh my god, 90x Gaming doing an absolutely miraculous work there, and Horizon Esports on the verge of getting themselves towards the map point. 1 single defender remaining. It is, he has a medium build, he could really have the advantage. Goes for the gas grenade towards the terminal, trying to really go on and delay the decryption. 1v4 position we haven't seen quite yet in this entire tournament. First player down, has to recover some HP. Decryption has started, 1 minute remaining, going on for the second individual duel, but he did not want to walk towards him one by one, and he is going to get taken care of. Third round up for the side of Horizon Esports, and they are just 1 away from getting Monaco in their name.
You can see how well right now Horizon are making sure that the Slingers don't have a chance. This is what I was worried about. Slingers deciding to play attack on both. Now the first map was their decision, so therefore they wouldn't get attack, they wouldn't get defense if they wanted. But in the second map, where they could decide because of the pick coming in from the opponent team, they still decide to play attack, is questionable. And also, so far the trend here in the finals, the terminal attack mode, is that if you're on defense, you have a better chance in closing rounds off. But proving the odds against it are right now Horizon Esports. They're converting even on the attack. They just found their third, and if they find it now, it is going to be putting them ahead on the series of this best of 3.
And look at this quick push. I think Horizon Esports once again just going house by house, apartment by apartment, through the narrow streets, not giving any open info. And I feel for the side of Slingers, so far any sonar grenade use has not given the advantage. But Maven spots too. He needs to hold his ground, but he himself gets detected. I don't know if Cloaking Device could really put him into some advantage, but he gets spotted down. Some chunk of damage. Still manages to slip out being alive.
Fighting for the last round. Slingers, they know if they let this map go, it's going to be tough. What can they do? How is it going to be different? Next is going to be Skyway Stadium. Are they up for it? Defense again lose the first attack. This is what they've been doing. They're flushing the defense out, indulging them in a 1v multi-battle, and that's how the defenses have been riddled down to mere numbers. And again, Zeb has spotted, but you could see Zeb did not take a duel. Attacker Aditya has been spotted out in the open, but immediately Zeb gets a call, and Zeb from the flank tries to move in, do damage, and they lose another. Defenders are being burst down. Nice vanishing bomb, and I think Zeb will now get super close. He spots two. That's deadly for him. It's going to be heavies and mediums against him. However, his teammate, they successfully get in the key, and it is decryption time.
Absolutely, the decryption time has started. 50 seconds remaining, but the defenders up with only 2 players remaining. It's down to a 2v2. This could still turn around. Nightmare in a good position, but the gas, smokes, and these toxic smokes are gonna deal you a lot of damage if you try to contest it. One pyro grenade, and that gas grenade could completely be, utilized. But nonetheless, the AKM shot comes in. He takes down the opponent player. And it's Team Horizon Esports who will find Monaco in their favor. What a way to keep things up. Having a 2-1 half and then going in for a complete good attack half. Team Horizon Esports managed to take the map pick with themselves having an advantage, who are going to be up by 1 point and now going on towards the second map, which is going to be Skyway Stadium. I think it's really a must win. It's like a do or die for the Slingers.
It is going to be do or die, because if Slingers are unable to pull it back, it's split 2. Hopefully they're the same squad by split 2, because we know it is not easy, because everybody wants to be on the top echelon of esports. They want to be the best players out there, but if you're not getting closer to your goals, then you try to make some changes. Now here split 1 is going to be tough for a lot, because as we said, this is the journey where you understand where your team stands at, where individually you can strike opponents on, and also read and see how teams are playing a better game, and yes, then figure out a better approach on split 2. Right as of now, I can all say is Slingers, maybe their initial battles were itself a little faulty, because we could see as soon as they spotted an attacker defender, irrespective of the half, they individually tried to charge. Especially having a 2 heavy, they should be able to charge really well, but whereas what they do, they jump in for a fight with their heavy nowhere close to them, and that makes the mistake of them losing numbers. Now yes, the first map's been lost, but they still have Skyway Stadium, where Slingers again had a chance to start off in defense. They decide the rather side and go into attack.
Absolutely, Slinger starting up with a loss in their own map pick, but I do hope that going on towards Skyway Stadium, starting things up at attack, they do want to take the entire half in a very sweep manner. Horizon Esports, being one of those teams, if you'll give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and that's what they did time and time again, even in the final round. Despite them having to be in one of the interruption position, they did not manage to get the most out of their 2v2 thing. But yeah, 90 Gaming, I think he deserves a big I'll say a mention for how he was able to really maintain his composure, especially having those impactful elimination, total of 8 eliminations, 7 assists, and being in such position, it's really tough for you to just go all by yourself and go up against a heavy build. But yeah, I think 90X Gaming, a well-deserved MVP for the map number 1, needs to continue and manage to keep the same composure in the second map as well.
Good so far what they did, but along with him, 90X Gaming, his teammates also need credit. It's going to be Aditya with 5, Zeb coming in with 5, 3 on Speedy Globe, and Nightmare with 2. On the other end, it has been only Ritesh who's had a better time. As you can see, 6 eliminations. Ithiam, Miss, if I'm wrong, please let me know. Merwin has 2, and Bonsai as well as your boy Stan has just 1 each. Now that tells you that your heavies itself are able to just barely find one is not the right side or the example you want to set. And this is the reason we were speaking about Slingers, who were isolating themselves. I didn't even feel like Horizon were the reason for kind of individual fights happening. It was Slingers themselves. They spot a player, hey, let's take a fight over there, let's jump into it, and did not even wait for the teammates of backup, because you need to also understand that yes, in terms of gunpowder you might be good, but they have numbers ahead of you, and that's the reason it was always a 1v multi-fight rather than it being a 1v1. For now, it is Slingers who are on a map down, but the series is not done. Right after the break, we'll know if it's done or not.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Finals Community Cup. We are in for the second match on Skyway Stadium. What a way to, really continue with the series. Team Horizon versus Slinger has been a real close, series so far. If you talk about these individual rounds, the way it took place. But now moving into map number 2, it's a do or die for Slingers.
Yeah, as you said, it is a do or die, and I hope Slingers have prepped against it well, because when we started things off on Monaco, yeah, there was one round and it was on their attack, which they made it work, and that was because the defenders, they ran too far away from the position on Fountain where the terminal was, and that gave them a chance to put the terminal key and then put that platform on a high risen position, and that made life difficult for the defenders to retake. Now that was the only one off of a round in comparison to the whole Monaco play. Now in Skyway Stadium, is it going to be similar? Is it going to be different? There are a lot of questions, and I hope Slingers have answers to it, because Slingers are the ones who've decided to start on attack. Defenders are still going to be our Horizon Esports. Horizon, they already have 1 point under their belt, and they need the second one, and this series will be done for them.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and take a look after how they are going to decide on their builds. Skyway Stadium with some fog. Going to be interesting, just the way it was in the previous series. And moving on for the attackers, which are going to be the side of Team Slingers. Let's see what is going to be the 3 medium and 2 heavy builds, having the barriers, having the mesh shield for themselves, and 3 guardian turret as a signature, while all the 3 players are going to be having those AKs. So yeah, this is going to be, okay, 2 AKs, 1 FCAR. So pretty interesting one. Like, I'll say, in terms of individual attacks, in terms of those individual gunfights, I might really see, like, Slingers, hopefully they could get a very big and advantageous attackers half. But let's see what's on the other side.
Wait and watch is what we have to do right now. Attack and defend. Horizon Esports, they are on the defense. Attack Slingers. Skyway Stadium it is. There is going to be residences, villas, offices, a lot to explore. And right now we are going to be heading towards construction, where one of the terminals is going to be. And this is a tough terminal to crack, because it's a room which is concealed or covered by concrete walls, and there is one small vent and then just one doorway of an opening. Makes life a lot more difficult. When we talk about the offices, I think that kind of tends to be a little more open. You can create opportunities, open up spaces, and then get into the terminal. But can the attackers get close? The key right as now is taking its time. They're not jumping right towards the offices, knowing that if they take the jump pad, they're going to be clearly visible for the defenders.
I don't think the decryption key has been spotted yet, but Horizon Esports are just defending and holding their grounds. Alright, the glue canister block is completely going to get destroyed. Let's see how this eventually comes out. Slingers moving their way in towards the Nightmare. He's going to get a pretty tough time. Would want to play on a retake. Want to wait for his teammates to get the reinforcement. It seems that through the jump pads, all the players are already in towards the terminal.
That was a nice pyronade initially stuck, but right now the attackers are trying to charge in. Doesn't work. It is a nice defense. And that was the heavy to fall, but quickly traded it out. But now chasing after the reload is going to be Aditya. Gets an assist. Doesn't matter. It's still the defense now trying to lead charge. Bring it down to the last one, as with the shotgun, the pump one pumps a bullet through. Make it a second pump as well, as he gets the elimination as well as the round for the team.
What a way. Horizon completely not even giving themselves a chance. It did felt that after, getting the first engagement, it looked as if the defenders would really want to back off. Horizon Esports would really want to, wait for their reinforcement. But they were so quick to, just give the backup. And as the backup arrives, no chance for the side of Slingers to really give any, decryption being started towards the terminal. Let's see how the second round is going to look like this time. Once again, we have the office terminals. So these terminals are pretty interesting. The goo gun being used for the entire stairs position to be blocked off. And I'd love to see how Speedy Globe is going to play around these corners. He's trying to barricade all of those, entry points. And this is going to be a real, I think, struggle for Slingers to really come around.
Yeah, I really like the goo gun. I was missing it, and I finally kind of get a chance to see it. There was also, I think, the defenders having a dematerializer compared to the slingers who did not have a dematerializer while they're on attack. So that's a little questionable in terms of the specializations decided when they had 3 mediums to play around with. Yeah, I'm not too sure about how this is going to progress, but let's hope, cross fingers for them, they may be able to make it through. They're letting the heavy carry the key, which again is a little...
no.
And they finally meet the great goo wall.
Absolutely. Oh, this is gonna be so much of a nightmare. And already having those explosive mines, like completely paired up. Okay, that was a smart way to eliminate the entire blue wall. Nonetheless, now is where the entire strike of the attackers are gonna come in. Horizon Esports already anticipating them. Do they commit towards this terminal is a big question. Shots being exchanged, but all the teams still having the numbers advantage. The connection is gonna come in. Horizon Esports in a little bit of a struggle, but both the players managed to stay alive. Horizon Esports might as well lose on their first player, but the back off is gonna be the call. Medium are gonna get attacked. One is just gonna chase him down, and yes, that could be the opening that he's really looking forward for, but still slips out. Finally, Nightmare is gonna get taken care of.
Defense is finally weaker. 3 players. Slingers on the other end quickly get charged from the defender. Back to a 3v3. Vanishing bomb used, and he's going to quickly run away. He knows he spots the players. They're close by. Nice damage coming in on the XP54. But he had to quickly reload, and he knew there was another player. Speedy Globe. He's getting hit with the gas. It's down to a 2v2. Has the KS. That's a good one in terms of compaction. We spoke about it. There is a player close to him, but the time it is done. There's nothing much to be left over there, and that's going to be a second round. Attackers, slingers almost got a chance here, but you could see just because of them destroying that goo wall gave all the info the defenders needed. Horizon Esports, they surrounded them without giving them a chance to move closer to the terminal, and by the time they paid attention to time or the clock, it was done. GG. That's the second round gone out of their hands. Can they make a recovery? One round. Otherwise, this whole Skyway Stadium is going to tumble in the favor of Horizon Esports.
Absolute flashbacks, which we saw in Monaco as well. Having those early advantages, Horizon Esports, they did manage to, win the first round, and instantly, Slinger were able to answer back with a 1-all start, but this time it feels that Horizon Esports, they have the confidence by their side as well. Now, as the attackers are moving and progressing in towards their respective terminals, let's see how it could be defended. Horizon Esports, the previous terminals were really a nightmare for them, and it was unlucky to hit the worst possible terminal for yourself. But now, hopefully, they could at least find the first one. Once they are having the explosive canister, does it connect? Not really sure about that, but still manages to spot the first one and still trying to hold the ground and play the default here.
Attackers, they find an opening. Defense have lost their first, but for defense it's been happening time and now. But they still are able to convert rounds. Nightmare, we saw him had an opportunity but did not convert. But Will's tried to finally manage to do it, but attackers also slam. They also find a way to put another defender down. That was a nice dematerializer. Nightmare, can he find any opening? No, there is an opening of a gas being exploded, and he gets a tad bit damaged. However, through all of that, attackers are able to find another, make it another as they tumble the defense completely to his last final soldier.
Horizon Esports down to one final player remaining, goes for the individual engagement. Down to 30 HP, has to really back off. Defenders are really in a struggle to defend themselves, and Zeb, being the only light build remaining, is gonna have a tough time. Will get eliminated once again. A 2-1-half for the Slingers. Let's hope if they could really turn things around at the defensive side, as this is gonna be a half swap. Second match, and already we have the side of team.
Horizon going into attack. Horizon already again on a lead. Slingers just have one. Can Slingers bring this back? Now they're the ones who have to defend the terminals. One on the cafeteria, one completely on the other end of the offices. Who can make this work? Now I think the cafeteria is a really good position. We did see the glitch traps, but if you put a glitch trap right towards the terminal or on the terminal, it kind of still is viable for an attacker to come and get the plant in, the key in. And I think that's the reason you have to put it a little tad further away where you can actually take a head-on fight and make sure that they're unable to use their gadgets, they're unable to use their specialization. But right now it seems to be a quick hit on the side of Horizon. Nice sonar. 2 of the players have been detected so far, and Bonsai gets his position revealed. Dematerializer being used from Knight where he wants to run away, but somehow because of the flames will survive from now.
Wow, the sonar is just so promising. Bonsai is going to lose out his position, but the RP-7 is going to come and play. Lewis Gunn spraying off the play. So Ritesh has to hold his ground. Will get eliminated. One single defender remaining, and it feels that the series point could be around Horizon Esports now having the advantage. Want to end this round in a complete half, but look at the chance, an opportunity, a ray of hope. But despite being inside the Doom Shield, that's the most that he was able to do. That's the most damage. And now up with the series point, it's going to be one round away. That you find Team Horizon and Slingers. A long way to go, and it all starts with one single round. Defensive side for them for the next 2 rounds. They have to go in big. And if they could manage to take us to the overtime, that could be one final hope for them. But it feels that Horizon Esports, they have really been so strong in both the sides.
They have. They're just proving their metal right as now compared to Slingers. Slingers seem, as I said, a little unfamiliar in these territories. Defenders, Slingers had setups nice and steady, but they were unable to hold it off because their positions were being revealed before their own setups. Now, I did speak about a dematerializer. I'm not too sure if there was also a data reshaper, but again, look at this defense being revealed. Construction, this is again one small opening as we spoke about it. Seems like there's a gas being used, but defenders somewhere else still lose their first.
Absolutely. Moving in towards the B terminal, the sonar is going to give so much info, and Horizon Esports already having the advantage. Now turned down to 4v4. The Globe is looking for some duel, but the Lewis gun once again finds the advantage, and it's Horizon Esports this time on the numbers disadvantage. Fingers is going to lose out their another player as well. Maybe 3 remaining, but Globe is really able to, if he could find any player here, he could deal so much damage with the shotgun in his hand. Oh my god, the Guardian turrets get triggered, but still 96. Oh my god, he survives in 1 single HP, 1 single bar remaining, but still takes his opponent down 2v2, 50 seconds down the clock.
Key control here for the defenders. As you said, 50 seconds on the clock. They are in the terminal. They have control of the construction terminal, but they don't have the key. Time's ticking, 30 seconds on the clock. They have to figure a way through. Rocket launcher, nice spot, and completely obliterated the competition. It's down to 1 last. Now with that gone out, they know the rocket launcher has been destroyed, but who's on the other end? The other end also has a rocket launcher, sends it away, barely leaving it at 1. Can he connect the shotgun bullet? He does bring it down to a 1v1. It's 20 seconds on the clock, but his health is down to 60. He has to wait 10 seconds. He has to waste 10 seconds to regain the health, but he knows he doesn't have time. 10 seconds on the clock. He needs to move in, try and pick up. He lands a nice shot. Can he find the closer? No, he doesn't. He just was 1 bullet away from finding the 4th point for Horizon, but Slinger snatch it away. What a survival play coming in for now. And with this, we move maybe to an equalizer. Mansion and restaurant are your terminals right now.
Oh my god, that ES-23, the pump shotgun, as I like to say, was so close. He was down, I think, to those final HP, to those final bars. But in that nick of the time, that would have been a real horrible way for, the entire series to end. Slingers still get a fighting chance. They still have a chance to turn things around. And, let's see if this is a momentum, this is a start of something great that they really desperately needed in the entire series. Horizon Esports, they are going to be towards the attacking side, moving in towards their respective terminal. But look at the decryption key. That's just heading in the way of, Mavin, it seems. If they move in towards the apartment position, it's going to be real chaotic. The first sonar grenade being used, but it seems that none of the players from Horizon Esports has really, caught up that sonar grenade. So Slingers would really have a clue here that the B site might be safe and the attack towards the A terminal could be in the radar for Horizon.
Couple of explosions here and there, but the key has slowly made its way towards A. I'm not too sure if the trail was spotted from the defenders, but it seems like they have. There's been a battle being called. Defenders win the first battle this time. The first blood in their name. It's an attacker who's weak. A Roof 90x Gaming tried, spotted, I think even find, I think it was Nightmare to find it to a 4v4. Now the battle is still on, but Nightmare is super low. He has to wait 10 seconds, then recharge to 125, and his teammates, they strike, bring it back to a 3v3. But the defenders, they're not letting attackers of Horizon Esports even breathe.
Absolutely. Bonzo on a verge of being eliminated, but talk about elimination, it's going to be Ritesh who will be taking down Slingers down to only 2 players. Horizon Esports would have the best time for them to close out the entire series in their favor. Bonzo is also going to get taken down. One final player remaining, and it's going to be Nightmare, who is making it a real tough time. Marcy is looking for those duels, is looking to get those fights in, gets the first elimination, but the trade is instantly going to happen, and that's going to be the side of Team Horizon Esports, who will close out the series in a 2-0 fashion. What a close match it was indeed, if you talk about both the maps, if you talk about most of those rounds. But somewhere down the line, it was always Horizon Esports who had the edge against Slingers. And it all came down to those close fights which we used to see in the end of those 1v3, 1v2s. Quite doable if you take a look after the opponent's health HP. But, in the end, Horizon Esports, well played by them. They made it really difficult for their opponent players to really have a chance in any round.
Yeah, I think Horizon played it in an interesting spot, how well they attacked. We could still see Horizon Esports were the first to lose, but I think overcommitment, even at a 5v4, 5v3, we could see them stepping right inside the mansion and trying to maybe push the players out, flush the players out on the Slingers. And when that started happening, Slingers eventually, the other way around, Slingers who were jumping into the fight, trying to push the players of Horizon Esports out of the mansion, and that successfully worked. Horizon Esports players, they moved out of the mansion, whereas Slingers, they got trapped within, and from there on, Horizon completely turned the tide. They brought it back to a 3v3 situation, and they completely hit the gas pedal to the metal and just drove across, finishing this map, Skyway Stadium, and the series in their name. So it's going to be a 2-0 for Horizon Esports, but Slingers, there was a little hope. We can be honest here that there was a little hope for them, at least in this map, in comparison to what happened on Monaco. It looked like they were getting closer to figuring out of how to win, but it did come down to as close as an individual 1v1 battle in the last second round. But talking about the best player MVP of this map, Skyway Stadium, is Zeb with 7 eliminations and 5 assists, a total score of 5,000 in his combat.
Absolutely. I think a big props and a big appreciation goes on to the entire lineup. I feel despite losing, they stepped up from having such a bad start in the first map of Monaco. Once again, Ritesh being the one, the heavy lifter for his team, bought so much those impactful elimination which he was able to get. But towards the other side, it was a real good team play coming in from the side of Horizon Esports, and as they become the 7th, quarterfinalists for today's evening, one more match remains, and the match is going to be between the side of Team Soldiers and B Team, and the winners of that match is going to, the winners from their game are going to play up against the side of Horizon Esports. So it's going to be an interesting evening, and we are just getting started, as both of these starting games were 2-0. But moving on to the next one, it's Soldiers and B Team. One spot remaining for the quarterfinals, and which one of these two teams are going to grab it, we are going to take a look in the next upcoming game.
Yeah, Soldiers versus B Team. Soldiers does seem like they're going to be fighting the final Soldier, but are they going to be successfully winning the next one to put them in the top 8 positions, or are they going to be going out? Whether the B Team has the power, we'll see after the break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Finals Community Cup. My name is Lucifer. Joining now on desk is going to be Raider to bring you the last game to figure our last quarter finalist. How excited are you for that, Raider?
Well, after seeing the first two action, I would like to say yes, I'm pretty pumped up to see what is going to happen next, because initial two games were 2-0s today, but I would like to see this one maybe getting a little bit closer. Well, this is going to be the last action before we dive into the quarter finale. So it's B team versus Team Soldiers, and I'm definitely pumped up to see how the whole action goes on. What are your thoughts on that, Lucifer?
I'm just looking forward to the B team showing up as the A team. If they're not, It is Soldiers running away. Soldiers might be the cameos of them being the A team. They might be under the cloak of hiding their own true form. But right as now, it is the last game, as we said, of round 2. Round 2 comes to an end with this game. In the B team, you're going to be having Snappy Face, Water, Sadie Man, Mr. Beebs, and Best Slam. Can the Best Slam the side of Soldiers? Is what we wait and watch for.
Oh yeah, interesting name, interesting output should be there from the corner. As you rightly said, Best Slam needs to give that Best Slam to his opponents. Soldiers on the other corner bringing in individuals like Lavish, Decroid, Despawn, Mask, and Smoker. Well, I'm looking forward to see how they are going to play along the way, because trust me, the veto is also going to be here very soon, and after looking at the veto, we'll get an idea of how the maps are going to play into the role. Skyway Stadium and Las Vegas has been banned. We do have the Kyoto to start it off, which is picked by Soldiers. The attack is going to be there from the corner, and B team is going to be there as the defenders. So I think B team might be able to pull it off in this particular map, as they are going to start on defenders. Probably they're going to be ready with some action plan, and on the hindsight, we have Sis Horizon, and then to decide if we go with the scoreline of 1-1 in a BO3 equation, we have Monaco.
Fingers crossed. We've seen majority of the games ending on Monaco so far. In the whole turmoil of 8 games we've seen so far, this is the 8th game of round 2. Now, do we again end on Monaco? This has been a question for a long time, Raider, right? Thinking, are we having the third map? Are we having the third map? So far, it hasn't been the case.
Yeah. Agreed. Definitely. I mean, for past, if I'm not wrong, approximately 7 games, including the 5 that we got to see yesterday, nothing like a 2-1 came into the picture. It was always 2-0s coming into the action. So this BO3 should be quite fun. But I think if not in this match, maybe in the quarter finale, we are going to see some close quarter battles in that particular scenario. But with that, welcome to Kyoto. Welcome to the match number 3 today, or the finals. So let's look into the fact that how the players are going to perform, what particular builds they're going to bring. Well, we do have 1 heavy, 2 mediums, actually 3 mediums, and Total Shield is going to play on a light. It's going to be fun to watch how these individuals are going to perform, as the attack should be good in this map.
Attackers have terminals of Balcony and Pagoda. Kyoto is interesting. Today we are seeing a lot more Kyoto picks coming through. There is no heavy at all on the other end, so it's going to be an interesting attack coming through if this heavy is going to be the game changer or not. For now, defense is B team, and let's hope B team's no heavy setup works out for them in their build and composition.
Let's wait and watch. Soldiers, they are definitely getting ready to go ahead and go all in when it comes to their attack. They do have some interesting weapon choices to work with. For example, Funchaz is playing with an F-Car, which is one of the most beloved weapons so far when it comes to the finals. So let's wait and watch. Let's see what happens. And eventually, if I'm not wrong, the heavy is going to for sure go for the Lewis gun. Yesterday, in the hands of, if I'm not wrong, Team IND, they did some interesting wreckage with that particular weapon. So I'm having a lot of thoughts on how these guys are going to play along with it. Look at them, once again, calm and composed, slow approaches. They're trying to time their attack out, because they do know that B team, they will be having those lights. Oh my god, what was that? The light is in action. We already see one guy going down, Mr. Beebs. What a play that was.
I think this is the first time we ended up seeing a vanishing bullet rather than it being a vanishing bomb. A player just was vanquished into thin air. And look at Mr. Beebs, he's not stopping. He's letting more of the B team players push up, and attackers have lost another. The key is out in the open. Sonar being thrown very further away, but do they get any chance? The key in the hands of the defenders right now. Soldiers, they're trying to surround, and it seems like one of the defender is in a little bit of a trouble. He's out of water, but his name is Water. What can he do? Can he put the team underwater? He tries to run away, tries to dodge and weave, and successfully does survive and move out.
I mean, he has to wait for the next 10 seconds so that the HP is going to be back at somewhere around 125 HP. So maybe he's going to lay a little calm and composed battle from here. But Mr. Beebs, he's the one which is an individual, has given a lot of info, and along with that has given a lot of damage as well to his opponents. Look at him going all in. But this time, slider biff, no connection so
They're
far.
worried. They're
They
scared
are
of
no doubt
Mr.
in that.
Beeps.
Oh my god, look at those shots. I thought he's going to connect. What is happening?
Hello?
What? Oh, you're not connecting that. Oh, he did.
Oh.
Finally, Lavish has been taken down quite lavishly. And the last man standing is going to be Punch Charge. It all trickles down to that guy. I don't know what he's going to do. Has got some quick dashes to work with, but I don't think so he's going to go for a decryption anymore. Because
They're
survival is the
playing
key.
with emotions, Raider. And the
There you
last
go,
player
man.
has been eliminated. That is B team, performing like a A team in the first round. Wait, maybe I
Yeah.
called a little too early. We'll wait and watch. But Raider, I want to talk about Mr. Beebs over there. First, I was worried for our attackers, which was soldiers, running out in the open, and they also stood steady in that water, which was an easy target for Mr. Beebs. And then our emotions completely high. Mr. Beebs start missing up his shot, immediately takes a toll, going downhill, and then he converts, he brings it back. It seems like a drifting race here of emotions,
Yeah.
but for now, it's going to be an advantage for B team as they get the first round in their name.
And that's why I said even before the match got started that maybe B team is going to have that upper hand because of the fact that they are in the defender's perspective. And Kyoto is a map which is quite wide open, as you can see a lot of interesting angles to pull up with and a lot of rooftops that you can climb on. And from there, the lights can work their magic. And that's exactly what Mr. Beebs is doing. Look at him. Once again, getting the info. He's trying to get his eyes set onto his opponent. But I believe they are going to come from back. This is going to be interesting for Uncharge. If he spots him, that will be interesting to watch how this light is going to evade those attacks. Oh, the player has been spotted. Look at this snappy face. The AK was definitely denting him out a bit. Not just that. Probably with the jump pad, he's going to go here and there. Get some good info with the AK. Maybe making some good connections. He did make some connections, but not enough to completely put him down.
Stuck, and they're going to be punished for it. 4v5 attackers, they are charging in towards the B terminal, but they are losing count. But somehow, one of the defenders gets lost. Nice hit coming in from Mr. Beebs, but he's too close to the Heavy. And Heavy is not a one shot. It's going to be tough. He's going in for a melee attack and then an assist coming through. And in that team, time, the others were more down. So it's last to one last attacker who also gets swept out of Mr. Beebs. And that is going to be the second round for the B team.
I think Lucifer, they are definitely keen on getting their name changed to A team. The way they are performing is just so amazing. I mean, there are
I think there were
certain
copyright issues. That's the reason they went for B team.
Maybe that's the case. But when it comes to skills, I think there is no copyright in that, right? If you have the
yeah.
skills, you can easily perform like a menace, and that's exactly what B team is doing. Once again, setting up the B terminal. A is pretty vulnerable for now, but I think Mr. Beebs will be able to convert some good shots over there, because even in the second round, you see Mr. Beebs at the end was able to be quite efficient. He was able to tag that Heavy from the back and then finally goes in for the melee shots. And meanwhile, his teammates were converting the other three guys who were trying to infiltrate the B terminal. So that's how a team should work. And I think so far in the round 2, these guys have been phenomenal.
3 players on a roof. We generally only talk about the lights taking control of the roofs, everybody else moving in different directions.
Oh, what?
Again, how does Mr. Beebs time and time keep finding the first elimination, and that too with a single shot? That is just soldiers making mistakes, soldiers letting their light run out for free.
Yeah, funny enough, that every single time whenever Beebs is taking a shot, it's the light who gets the first connection. That's
Total
quite
shield.
interesting, to be honest. So no, this is not looking good. The shields, the tire meshes were being utilized. It's already a 4v5 equation. As we can see, Sachiman is going to fall back a bit. The turrets are appointed that they can have that upper hand. Ooh, the shot's being missed, but will he make some more connections? I think he can, but for now, giving up that info for the team is going to be equally more important, so that the other 4 individuals of this team known as Team B team should get that idea of what is happening and where the players are relocating themselves to. So, oh, another spotting. Some good shots onto that medium. Not enough to completely put him down or convert him.
Finally, attackers are able to take one of the defense forces down, but can they find a lot more? They're being pummeled with bullets and defending gadgets, and their attackers lose another and make it a second. Continuously, they lose two, and they're down to the last second, two players. But from the angle, Vokes, that is going to be a defenders B team. They've spotted one of the heavy. Can they actually take the heavy down? And heavy and a medium playing together for survival, playing together to find one single round. They throw the key successfully inside, but there are two mediums defending against them, and it is going to get tougher and tougher, and successfully does so. It comes down to the one last heavy who decides through the smoke, through the poison, through the gas to start decryption. They say no to it, and with the 3 flawless runs and wins, they jump into attack. Now B team, what they've done on defense, if they conclude the same, it is going to be hell-raising. Guardhouse and Study are terminals.
I think in every single IP, in every single tournament, there has to be one of those teams which you have to watch for till the end. So I think B team is one of those teams. IND definitely on top. And B
thinking
team,
about IND, right, Raider? Yesterday of how they played, but now this B team? Wow.
And yesterday, IND was bringing some unconventional approaches. I mean, they had 3 heavies to play with. But these guys with just 1 heavy, and the light is just so efficient. And that is something which matters the most for me, to be honest, personally, because when you can make the most out of the worst equations, or maybe some textbook approaches, I think that's the beauty. But let's see what B team is going to do now, because they are now at a very tricky spot. They are attacking. Yes, they have done some good job when it comes to having that defender's perspective in their favor in the first half, but the second half can be a little bit more reckless for them, a little bit more hard for them to deal with. But for now, look at them sticking with each other. They're making sure that they get the best out of it. They do have those lights to work with, but I don't think so that Mr. Beeps is going to climb on some roofs and once again go for some beautiful SR84 shots, because he has to be with his team.
I just hope Total Shield has a better game, because he's been the first one picked in all 3 first rounds.
Yeah.
I don't think he has a single elimination. He was an instant death, and this time again it's an instant death. It was Decroid?
Yeah.
Oh no, I think he had an issue. It says disconnected. Maybe he had a PC issue, and we cannot do anything as of now for that. Unfortunate. We were talking about Total Shield, but now Total Shield and his teammates have a weaker defense.
Yeah, they do. The turrets are appointed, but still somehow the infiltration has been done. They are looking forward to start the decryption, and they did. They have taken the control. They have already set up the site. Look at them with the turrets, with the proximity mines and other amazing gadgets that they do have. They are already onto it. I mean, the objective is there. They have to go ahead and stop that decryption. Turret has been down, but attackers are failing. They are down to like 3 members, but what was that miss? Oh, finally he connects. Water has been taken down. The last 2 individuals are left. Despawn has also been compromised. That was a good assist. Nan and Mr. Beebs, these are the last 2 members, but they are still surviving. Punchaz has been picked off. It all trickles down to Mr. Beebs. The light has to be the heavy one. As the decryption is about to get stopped, he has to pick up the pace. He has to be the guy who is going to stop him, and he did. It's already a 1v1, but no, the decryption has been interrupted. The defenders finally make their entry into this round number 1, map number 1.
The timing was so awful. The timing was so insane that the heavy got eliminated, but at the same time the heavy finished decrypting.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Finished stopping the decryption, but what a game. It was about to be a flawless 4-0, but there was a stop. There was a, I would say, a slagger in that round. I think a little too confident in terms of attacking. We could see it came down to Mr. Beebs and Satiman. Satiman brought it to a 2v2. Beebs brought it down to a 1v1. But again, in this game, it felt a little disconnected from the side of B team. However, soldiers, when they had to step up, when there was an intervention, when there was somebody intervening in their home, in their defenses, they were able to bring it back. So at least that is some hope, Raider, that they will be able to get back in the next game.
I mean, I thought that this might be another 4-0, but that's not the case. I'm so happy about it because there is still a sense of comeback coming through. And despite the fact that Detroit was not there in the action, it was basically a 4v5 equation. Yes, they were sneaky enough to go ahead and start the decryption, but not sneaky enough to completely get it done in their favor. For, I guess, last few seconds were left, and at that point, yes, the decryption was interrupted. If that would have not been the case, we would have already jumped into the next particular map, but that's not the case, guys. We might see a reverse sweep, and I am dying for it, man. man. Because from the start of this tournament, from the start of the Finals Community Cup, we have not yet seen one of those equations where the ray of sweeps have come. But in the first game, if I'm not wrong, yesterday, we have seen a very close competition. We went down to the tiebreaker. But after that, I guess it's basically one of those one-sided competitions that we have seen so far.
It was close, yeah. There were games which made us feel like there could have been a third map in the mix, but eventually in that second map itself, they were able to stop it, stall it, and pull that back into a victory. And so far, whichever team has been winning map 1 has been the team which has been winning map 2 as well. Now, this is the first map of the best of 3 series, Kyoto, which 3 of the rounds in the first half itself have gone in favor of the B team. Now from here, what they had to do was just win one round. The side switch, the momentum took a little bit of a toll, and therefore we could see that the numbers were quickly getting exchanged. But again, as you said, kudos has to be given. Credits have to be named in favor of Soldiers. With a man disadvantage, we were even more worried compared to their play, and they had let gone off the terminal position, right? The B was open for planting. They were able to jump across the opening, get the key planted, and then they could play post plant. But before that could happen, I think very well played from the forces of defenses. They held their ground, waited for the opportunity, and defenses eventually closed in, and making use of the heavy was even the wisest of the decisions, because you know why heavy does give lesser damage compared to your medium and even lesser damage compared to the lights. So therefore putting up a heavy as a tank, making sure they are the ones to stick that decryption, that they can intervene, successfully did. Successfully will be happy about the result, but that was just one round, Raider. One round, because it does kind of give you a little bit of an uplift in momentum. But we have had an update for all the viewers wondering why our faces have been propped up. It is because we are waiting for the technical issue to be solved for one of the players. As we did see Decroit, who did have a little bit of a tech issue, but I think we are waiting for him to join, and as soon as he's going to be jumping back in, we are going to be starting the game. So you don't have to be worried that the game is not running away from you. We are still at the scoreline of 1-3.
We are at the scoreline of 1-3, and admiring to that particular fact, I think even for Team Soldiers, the biggest worrisome part is going to be that they are on a do-or-die type of equation in this particular map. Because even if they lose one single round, yes, of course, the map is going to go in the favor of the other particular team, B team. That's the name. So really have to see how they're going to play, how they're going to plan out their defenses. Well, there is another fact that I want to completely put onto the table right now, and that is because of the fact that the A side and B side were a little bit closer this time as per the terminals. I think the relocation from the postman scenario after the decryption was done, I think that was a little bit quicker from the side of teams from the sides of Team Soldiers, because they were able to relocate themselves, they were able to put up a big fight, and they were able to completely destroy the traps that were appointed. Because as soon as they entered the B side, what they did was basically put down the turret. They were able to nullify the effect of that proximity mine as well, and then they decided to take down the opponents. And in a span of like 5 to 10 seconds, we got to see 2 to 3 individuals getting picked off from B team, and that's exactly where I guess things were a little bit tricky for B team, because they were down to 2 men. Then again, Satiman was able to pick up the pace, and it was basically a 2v2 equation. But I would like to once again say this, that heavy who was trying to go for the decryption was very, very important, because if they would have been a light or a medium, he could have been taken down, and maybe the decryption would have not been interrupted. But at the end, the fact is decryption was interrupted, and yes, we have Soldiers coming back into the game, but how far are they going to push themselves? That's the question.
Initially we were worried, right, with Soldiers having a heavy, whereas B team had no heavy at all in their end. They had all mediums and one light who was playing, and Mr. Beebs was doing a phenomenal job. Out of the first 3 rounds, imagine an SR80, and he was able to just hit headshots. We keep talking about in FPS games the first bullet accuracy, right? This man, Mr. Beebs, has first bullet accuracy of eliminations. All 3 rounds, he's found the light, and I'm pretty sure total shield on the opponent and was angry as the highest point of it. He was in the boiling point of nature. But right as of now, we are still on the tech issue for Decroit. So we'll take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back as soon as he's joined in the server. Don't go anywhere. welcome back. Don't worry, we didn't go anywhere. We were here itself. We were waiting for Detroit to join us, and it seems like we have the green light to start the finals to decide whether the soldiers have actually staged a comeback. Whether it was Detroit who was missing the piece of puzzle, he's finally pumped up and ready. It seems like we're going to be jumping in, but actually we have an update. So there is a timer that you can join the game in, and it seems like Detroit couldn't join us. Therefore, it is going to be a man deficit on the side of the defenders. The soldiers are going to play with 4-man strong. I mean, they already converted around, so I think it should not be a problem for them, Raider.
I think it should not be if they are going to do similar stuff. But yeah, I duly think, because of the fact that the finals is a very competitive game, brother, and 4v5 in a defensive stance, I doubt that you are going to bring that value, buddy. If you lose one of those lights initially, I don't think so that damage output is going to be that on par, because remember Mr. Beeves and his SR84, I just have nothing to say after that, because we have already seen what kind of value this guy can bring. Well, now the decryption key has been taken. Slow and steady once again with the team. They are going to make an approach probably towards B, because I can see that A is a little bit further using the jump pad. Probably they're going to take the height advantages, some areas where they can plan their attacks out. But yes, the fact that soldiers are now on a man deficit, it is going to be challenging for them. And remember, it's a very crunchy equation for them, as if they lose this particular round, they are already out. With the jump pads, the players are already pushing in. Snappy face, yes, he's there, but Mr. Deeps have already been tagged. Ooh, with the AK, the confrontation goes on. Punch charge has been picked off. Now that is again a very big setback. But the guys like Despawn, the heavy, he's ready with the rocket launchers, the RPG-7 and Lewis gun for him. Let's see if he's going to be effective enough.
This is unfortunate. I mean, the damage was rallied across each other, but it was Snappy to come out of it victorious in the 1v1 battle, and this is going to affect the defenses. We already spoke about the defenses being weak, and now it's going to make it even worse. Snappy has recovered to 125. This is the new update. Initially it was just 100, where you were able to reach on the threshold after your health going lower than 100, but for light it is still 100, and medium it's 125 and 150 for heavy. Same thing I did mention yesterday, but right now mentioning elimination is a heavy. Nice rocket launcher right to their face, and the attack loser player, but the mesh shield and dome, how long can it help him to survive?
Oh, look at that, look at this fierce competition. It's already a 3v3 equation. Pretty tough for now. The decryption, what's that? It's 3v2 right now. One more individual has been picked off. Mr. Beebs, Sadie Man and Best Slam has been picked off. It all trickles down to Snappy Face and Water. In the previous round, Water was not that effective, but this time he is indeed going to be the case. Stunned. The player is... Oh, he finally converts. Total shield. I thought he is going to make some connections. Because in this close quarter region, if the connection would have been made, that would have been it. But we have the defenders getting out of the equation. That means, if I'm not wrong, Lucifer, we have the winners of the very first map, and it is indeed going to be Team B team performing like the A team, and soldiers, I think their training is a little bit, I guess, undermined.
I think Total Shield was fuming at that point, where he was unable to connect the SR for 84 shots, and what he decided to do was just run right to their faces and start melee attacking them. And he was successful in finding one elimination. He tried to do that to a medium again, but you could see what happened to the medium. Medium has a better chance of not running away, I would say, but has ammo, has a chance of completely sending you off with the bullets, and that's what he did. Turned the AK around, aimed at Total Shield and eliminated him. Once he was done, his teammate had gone in to stop the decryption, and when these two individuals on a 2v2 battle have separated in their thoughts, it just becomes an easier approach for B team, and that's what they did. B team get the first map under wraps, but I am a little worried for B team because of how a 4v5 came down to the wire.
Yeah, indeed. But I would like to say one more thing. If in a 4v5 equation you are pushing your opponent like this, what was happening to you when you were in a 5v5 equation? I think my answer would be at that point is that you were on the attack. And in attack, you are quite vulnerable. You have to go for, first of all, the decryption, and then eventually for the timer. You have to make sure that the decryption is not going to be interrupted. But yes, let's talk about the MVP. For sure, it's going to be the light, known as Mr. Beebs. 7 elimination, 1 assist, and 1 beautiful counter as well, and the combat score is 4,768. That truly is remarkable. I think the team game has to be there because Mr. Beebs as a light is definitely quite good, but the other guys on mediums and heavies, they have to be efficient even more.
Yeah, there were. I think that's the reason Mr. Beeps was confidently finding the first bloods, the first eliminations with that SR-84, 3 rounds and 3 times being successful. And even later, he did find eliminations, but when it came towards the attack, he moved into XP, if I'm not wrong, the SMG coming through. He was, yes, efficient in that as well. Did bring it down to a 1v1 duel towards the end, and we did even end up seeing 1v2 where he was about to stop the decryption from happening. The stopping the decryption. He was about to make sure that the defender's retake becomes a little unsuccessful, but that attempt did not work through. But right as now, yes, B team successfully closed the first map, but I'm surprised again, just like how we were worried for the slingers in the previous game, playing attack twice in the first 2 maps itself, rather than having a chance of playing defense at least once, getting confidence up and then pushing up. That's not the call they've made in the second map, which is going to be Sis Horizon. It is going to start soon. Don't go anywhere. It is going to be a hell of a showdown. Let's see. There's a comeback after a break.
right, folks. The question is, who is going to survive? Is it B team? Is it Team Soldiers? Well, they have already taken a toll. Team Soldiers, they are already a step back. Well, guys, I would like to once again welcome you back at the Skyesports presents the final Community Cup. We have seen what happened in the first map of Kyoto. Now, the question is, what will happen in the next one? For that, I Reader, along with me, we have Lucifer on the desk, and we are again back to see how the action goes on. Lucifer, any comments on what happened in the first game, and how are you thinking what will happen in the second game?
I think it was soldiers trying to get familiar with the game, and once they were, even a 4v5 didn't matter. They made the competition seem a tad bit closer than it was supposed to be for B team. B team did have a fantastic start on Kyoto. They were almost about to have a 4-0 finish on the first and then jump into the second one. But let's talk about the second. Now, this is a pick from B team, Sis Horizon coming through, where soldiers have again decided to start on attack. This is what I said, questionable are these moves when you decide to play on attack again to start things off. Whereas generally when we see the other FPS titles, right, when you have a chance of defense, you try to take defense control, where you get confidence, where you have rounds to work with, where you have buffer. But if that defense plays out later than what you expect, it's not going to work out in your favor. And let's just cross our fingers and hope that soldiers do not fall into that deficit of a spiral staircase.
I mean, they have to pick up the pace, man. I mean, on attack, yes, B team was quite efficient, all thanks to Mr. Beeves, but if they are able to somehow counter him, then maybe there is a aspect that maybe the players are going to get faltered around. Snappy Face and Satiman, these two individuals also did a lot, but then again, the team game from the side of Team Soldiers looked a little bit well built. Given that they were playing in a 4v5 equation, maybe if the 5v5 equation would have been there, maybe when they had Decroid in the team, things would have been different. But talking about the builds right now, we have 3 mediums coming in from the attackers. That means Team B team for sure. And on the hindsight, we have 1 light and T-Spawn is playing on the heavy. So let's see what is going to happen. I believe this time the start has to be quite crucial from these corners of Team Soldiers. On the hindsight, when it comes to Team B team, they do have some interesting combinations to work with, I believe.
Let's just cross our fingers and see if it works out or not. But right now, B team are going to have an advantage to again play out on defense. They were looking good on the defense in the first map, Kyoto. Now it's the second one. Now this is at 1 a.m. in the night. The neons are going to be completely lit up. It is elimination of neon in Sis Horizon, and the defense is going to be stronger than ever. And it seems like it is just mediums across with 1 light on their end, whereas here on the soldiers, where they're going in for attack, 1 heavy as usual we saw in the previous one, 3 mediums and 1 light. I just hope, fingers crossed, total shield for his own mental sake, that he is not the first elimination like in the previous game.
I mean, in the previous map, every now and then he was just getting picked off with a dematerializer. He was able to get some good infos out of there. Punchaz, I would like to see what kind of value he is going to bring to the table. Another usage, look at him. Oh, finally the terminal is dropping down to the ground floor, and from there they can easily go ahead and get that decryption started. That's exactly what they're aiming for. But where are the defenders? Well, finally they are here, they have arrived, but the decryption has been started. This has to be a quick one in terms of retaliation. They have to be quite quick, otherwise things won't be comfortable. B team is already losing one of their own. The detection is there with the sonar grenade. The retaliation is also coming through. Ooh, that was a good one. 3v4 is already here. B team, they have to act quickly as the decryption has already been started. They have to go for the interruption. Heavy with the parry mesh, making sure that he survives. But the position has been pretty much revealed, so maybe from here the counter attack could be established.
They couldn't reposition, so everybody was stuck in the site itself. Now finally there's a flank, but can this medium do damage? Yes, successfully it does. Brings it down to a 1-1, reloads, and now with the FK going in, should be able to find some value, but it seems like it is getting stopped. And finally there is that decryption being stopped. Where is this? Where is the attacker?
Yeah.
Wait, what just happened?
What? How can you do
the
that?
The attacker was right in front, but no stop. No intervention as well. Hello?
Wow. I'm disheartened to see this, man. This
surprise
was totally around for, whatever you want to call it out, buddy. I was just totally in a mindset that yes, this is around for Team Soldiers. They could have easily got that. But wow, that's amazing. I mean, the way these guys
6
enacted
seconds
on par. Yeah. I believe he started the decryption interruption, I believe, somewhere at 13-14 seconds, and then he was able to completely do it. But at the end, where was that attacker? That's what I wanted to know. Yeah, man, a sad loss for Team Soldiers. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, that was a very strong round to start things off. It could have been actually
Yeah.
a momentum bringer for them. Let's wait and watch. Dematerializer again being used, surging their way towards A. Do they successfully make it through? Nice maneuvering, nice movement coming in from them. Dematerializer being used finally. It will be the terminal that will be taken over. They do get detected and the gas starts burning them. It's going to be draining their health and therefore they will not be able to successfully put the key in. The defense is already close and the fight is on. Both get exchanged 4v4, a battle. Lavish trying to chase the defender. Can he successfully find the elimination? Yes, he successfully does, but quickly it does also get exchanged.
Oh, the retaliations, the trade fires are coming in a beautiful manner. The shield is activated, the player has been detected, but look at this beautiful FK spray. I think, yes, the attacker can be taken off. I think he's down to like 1 HP, I believe. Yeah, total shield, look at him. He's already a light and he's down to like so low HP, can be countered. Then goes for water, he's also receiving a lot of shots. Oh, that was a good trade. B team is down to 1 man. And that last man is also not going to be the surviving one. So there you go, Soldiers back in the leading charge, back in the charge, as they do have 1 round to play with on attack. Soldiers, yes, I know that they are going to have a tough time, but B team, I mean, that's a good start for them.
This looks like a completely different B team. Soldiers get that first round. This could have been a 2-0 start for them if Soldiers played out the previous one, did not let that decryption being stopped. If they were able to make sure that the defender gets taken out, then it could have been a 2-0, but for now they have to be okay with it. Look forward to pulling off a second round here in this last round of the first half. What can they do? Let's hope defenders, the B team, the way they were pristine, and they were able to completely eliminate their competition. This Horizon is actually not working in their way in that form.
Yeah, B team are really struggling because of the fact that this Cis Horizon is not one of those maps which is that wide open. You can't really go for those lights and SR84 picks. I mean, to be honest, Mr. Beebs is just helpless at this point. Yes, with the SMG, he can be quite phenomenal, and that's exactly what he's trying to do. But total shield, he is picking up the pace. Look at him getting the first pick, and this was Mr. Beebs. I mean, if you give him some other weapons, he is not going to be that fruitful. So Cis Horizon was definitely a crucial pick, and we can clearly see Soldiers, they are taking control at this moment, and B team, they are just struggling.
This is eye for an eye. This is clear out revenge, as you rightly said, and now defenders are trying their best. They do try to equalize the numbers, but the chase is still on. Total Shield tried to stun the player, but it was not successful. So the numbers back to a 2v2. Decryption has not been started. Therefore, attackers need to find a way through. 50 seconds on the clock. What do they do? The key seems to be a little lost for them to get closer. However, they have taken over control of the terminal, and therefore, as you could see, the defender getting close to the terminal was being shot at. Lavish has to wait, has to recover 125 points of health. Can he do so? No, there's a quick swing coming through and he gets eliminated.
He's down to few amount of HP and the opponent knew, but Despawn, the heavy, he's there with 150 HP, has got the decryption key, but has to go to the terminal, and the time is running quite low, and as you rightly said, he has been revealed, his position has been given up, but he wants to go for the decryption, but the gas is going to attack, and not just that, the sprays with those FKs are going to come through. He started the decryption, but he's going to get shot from the back. Is it the turret that he's shooting him? Oh no, they are players coming into the action, and finally B team is going to get their one more round in the favor, but the start has been a little bit iffy for B team, and now they're on attack. I have my doubts, man.
I think you have to just wait and watch at this point, because Soldiers, they did want to do something different. They were close to doing it, but it was a little unsuccessful. It could have been the scores of what we spoke, but for now it is 1-2, and the favor is B team. B team are going to be playing on attack. Sides have switched. Let's hope, for the sake of Soldiers, they find something new to defend. Otherwise, attack is deadly, as we did see in the previous round. And that's what they're going to do it again. They're not going to spare the side of Soldiers. And it seems like, again, another player has a tech issue. Lavish has this connected. Round started, so the only time that we can give them is going to be after this round is done. And for his sake, we hope, because of the 2 minutes 30 seconds, that's around the same time that you get to join the server back. I just hope at the end of the round he's back. Otherwise, this is again a 4v5.
Agreed. I mean, this is going to be a very pressurizing situation for them, because it felt like Soldiers are coming back into the action. But with the cloaking device, the light is moving through the bridges. trying to get the control, trying to get the info. Sonar has been appointed. Turret setup has been created. But B team is pretty close to the terminal. They can easily go for the decryption. But let's see. With the cloaking device, M11 in the hand, this guy is getting all the info that is required and finally goes in with the gadgets, but has already been shot down. Oh, it's down to 2v4. Two walls are created over there, but I think it's basically a win for Team B team. There is no doubt in my mind. Good swing, but nothing valuable so far. It all trickles down to the last man standing. Name is Fun Charge. Is not having a lot of fun, so I don't think so. It's going to be a win for them. Dematerializer has been utilized. The specializations are working harmlessly. But finally, the decryption is going to get started, I believe. Yep, the decryption has been started. Okay.
I think yes, he actually gets it down, but along with that, even a turret falls, and therefore his position's been compromised. And now it makes life even more difficult as more attackers start swooping in. Third round here for B team, and it looks like B team finally is going to be closing it with a 2-mapper itself. There is no third. And as we said, it feels like this time Lavish, he's the one on the deficit part for the team because he might not be able to join the team. I'm not too sure yet. We're going to go into a quick tech pause, give them that time, give them that leeway. But do you think there's a chance here, Raider? Because how it looked like in that first round and second round, and now looking at the third and the fourth round, it seems like how Soldiers started off and how Soldiers are right now are completely different again. It seems like the pages have just been turned around. The book itself has been closed on them. It does make me feel worried for the side of Soldiers.
Yeah, totally agreeing. I mean, we are definitely worried about how they are going to play because of the disconnections that they are facing, because initially it was Detroit. Yes, they were able to pull off one good round in their favor, but after that, in a 4v5 equation, they lost on the map of Kyoto, and that is exactly what is happening to them in this SIS Horizon map as well. And I can see that there are certain aspects of even Team B team which is lacking behind. For example, Mr. Beeps is not able to utilize that SR84 action as he was so amazing on it in the map of Kyoto. But in SIS Horizon, you won't get that access, so that's why Mr. Beeps on a light is not that effective anymore, but he's still bringing the value, and they don't have any discussions, any issues for now, so they are playing with the full manpower, with the full force. If they're losing, they're losing with the full force. If they're winning, they are setting up a tempo. And I think so far with a 3-1 scoreline, I can clearly see who has got the advantage, and not just in this particular map, but they do have an advantage of one particular map in their name already in a BO3 equation as well. And they're just one round away, Lucifer. I think they can get it, man. B team could be the winner.
They should, most probably, as you said. It's
should.
not good. They should is right now without reason. But yeah, as we said, we've hit a tech pause. We're waiting for the player to rejoin. Lavish, I just hope the timer, as I said, I think maybe the timer starts after the round is done. So for his advantage, for his benefit, just let's hope there's a chance. But otherwise, Soldiers, yeah, it doesn't seem to be the same way they started, the same way it ended. I'm not even sure which was the last player who was surviving in that 1v1 in the first round. If that player would have at least decided to take a peek, maybe there could have been a 2 right now in the board of Soldiers, but for now it is just a single 1. Let's hope it works out, but we'll quickly jump into a break, so don't go anywhere. We're waiting for the other player to join, and with that, we'll bring back the game.
Well, the question remains the same. Who's gonna win, who's gonna survive, and who's going to falter down? I Raider, along with me, Lucifer, we are once again back on the Finals Community Cup. This is going to be the last matchup of round number 2. After that, yes, we do have the quarter finale as well. So I think the stakes are quite high at this moment, Lucifer. And B team, they have done again something amazing. They have got the upper hand in their favor. The only thing that they need right now is just one more round. That's all they need.
One round, the score is sitting at 3-1 in favor of B team. Soldiers did get one. They looked good in the initial start as we were talking about it, but it's time to start and it is a disadvantage. There's nothing much we can do. Time is down to 0, and after that, the game itself will not allow the player to rejoin. So nothing in our hands. Unfortunate, this time it's been Lavish and B team. Maybe an advantage for them, but it doesn't seem like they needed an advantage. B team have looked better after the initial 2 rounds, where Soldiers should have been clearly the ones picking. And the reason why we are kind of sitting on why Soldiers didn't, because that was their best chance. And now with that chance lost, you can clearly see how lost the Soldiers look.
I mean, also given that they do have the potential as well. We have seen in certain rounds that they have done something amazing. So it's not like one of those equations where we know a particular team is already struggling from the get-go. You've seen them performing, and when they fail from there, I think that is a little bit disheartening, to be honest. And that's exactly what we have been witnessing in the last few rounds. But anyway, guys, the attack is still being built. As we can see, the terminal has been spotted. They will go ahead and start the decryption as soon as is possible. There you go. They have already started getting the decryption, and there is nobody to like really stop them. But total shield already down to 100 HP, goes in with the cloaking. He has been spotted, but the stun gun is going to work or not? Well, the answer is no, not at all. Fun charge is still there with like barely 1 HP. Respawn still intact, but he has been spotted. Barrier mesh activated. Oh my god, with the RPG-7, he blasts him. Yeah, he blasts him out of the equation.
But time's ticking, 30 seconds on the clock. They have to get closer. 6 seconds is what they need. If they don't get closer, it's going to be done for. There's turrets. There's even a player that they spotted. But they have to enter into the terminal. They have to go there. Their fight is not with the turret. Their fight is not with the player. But they eventually take these fights head on, knowing that it's going to be tough. Look at 2 turrets facing them. There's nothing. And now there's flames. 8 seconds. Time's ticking. One last player. And both of them eventually falter. With this, it is going to be B team who make their victory stride into the last spot of the quarterfinals.
4-1 in the first map of Kyoto, 4-1 indeed in the Scissor Horizon as well. So there's the statement, guys. B team indeed is the A team. Maybe there were some copyright issues, as you said, Lucifer, but the performance, it is just uncapped and canny. And they have obviously moved on to the quarter finale now. I'm looking forward to see what they're going to do in that particular stage, but Soldiers, not that happy with the play, because I think they had that potential. Every now and then we have seen that they had the potential. They were able to like get few rounds in their favor. And in this last round, I don't know, as you rightly said, why were they fighting with turrets? They've had that area. You knew that the timer is ticking. You knew that you had to go for the decryption. You have to interrupt it. They were like keen on taking the turret down.
They knew they were out leveled at that point, so they were just trying to do as best as they could, maybe even try to block the damage coming in as much as they could. They tried their best, but hey, let's not kind of try much on them, because they tried their best. They had a player issue, they had to go through with it, they had to play without somebody. But for now, let's talk about the MVP. The highlight are going to be B team, so let's put the spotlight on them. Snappy Face comes up strong, 4,500 combat scored, 9 eliminations so far, the highest I think. Yesterday I did see one of the players at 10 eliminations, but it was in the round 1 stage, not in the round 2 stage, and has just 2 deaths, no assists. So Snappy has been the man who's been doing the damage and also picking up the eliminations.
I mean, you can clearly see the dent. 9 eliminations, that's a massive number in just 5 rounds to be precise. This guy was able to get 9 amazing frags. So you can check out the average. It's basically 2 per round. So that's amazing. The way Snappy Face acted was good. I believe he was playing on a medium and he was just fluent with it. Now moving forward, yes, let's talk about the scoreboard as well. From the other side, Detroit, the guy who was disconnected in the first map of Kyoto. In this particular map, it seems like that he has done the heavy lifting of getting 3 assists and 5 eliminations as well. But we can see Lavish, he was out of the play from the 3rd round, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, nothing much from his corner. But Despawn, he was the heavy, if I'm not wrong. He had the Lewis weapon, Lewis gun, and along with that he had the mesh to act on it. But being a heavy, still not getting eliminations and not even giving the assist, that is a bit disheartening, to be honest.
Hey, I think at this point, I think soldiers were just not in tandem. Their ship was not sailing as one piece. It was literally two parts, and they were trying to figure it out through tapes and wood boards, anything that they could find to repair it. Whereas on the other end, B team, even if they had issues, they were able to resolve it in the upcoming rounds, and that's the reason they have the victory. You could clearly see Mr. Beeps did not have the game that he would have wanted in Kyoto. He was the most amazing player. He was the MVP, and right now he just has a single elimination. So on the positive side of things, total shield, what he can count is I was able to outgun this man in at least one of the maps in the best of 3 series, because in that previous sniper action, Mr. Beep still seems to be the finest ones. But with this, we end our game and hunt for the quarterfinals. We have found all our top 8 teams, and let's see what they can do in the finals community cup. Today is day 2, tomorrow is going to be the last day, but day is not done. We still have 2 more games. Quarterfinal number 1 coming up. It's going to be 1100 Gat versus Marcos.
Oh yeah, it's going to be interesting. Look at the brackets. You can clearly see the shifts, the shuffles that are being made. From round 1, we have the top 8 teams: 1100 Gyat versus Marcos, IND versus Alpha Strike, Worst Generation versus Eternal Fate, Horizon Esports versus B Team. Out of these 2 teams, guys, of course, we'll get to see these 8 teams. We'll get to see the semi-finalists, and in the finals, we will get to see what the action is all about.
Now again, letting our viewers know, this is Split 1, the finals.
Yeah.
It is not the finals that you're going to be seeing in the weekend of the 18, 16, 17 and 18. Make sure that you are stayed tuned for that. And maybe if our viewers are wondering how can we join the game, you've been playing and you're trying to maybe look forward to entering in this competition and maybe outgunning the opponents. If that's your chance then to enter the competition, it's open for all, but you have to look forward to Split 2. Make sure you're tuned in on our socials here on YouTube or Twitch or Router, wherever you're watching, as well as on our Insta socials as well as X, making sure of when to register and not miss out on the timeline. Right now we're going to cut to a short break, and after the break it's time for quarterfinals action.
Well, guys, welcome back once again at the Finals Community Cup. Yes, we are diving into the action of quarter finale, and with that, we do have Afghan on the desk along with me, Raider. And guys, with the initiation of the quarter finale, I believe the competition is just going to level up. So, what are your thoughts on that, Afghan?
I think we are just in for a very great ride. Already, this tournament started from a round of 32. From 32 teams, we are now down to the top 8 teams, and this is the first quarterfinals. Level 100 going up against Marcos. Oh, it's going to be a treat to watch.
On the other corner, they struggled a bit against Lethepos, which were their arch nemesis in the round 2. So this was the match that I was talking about with Lucifer, that for the very first time when we got to see the tiebreaker, this was the match. And this was the very first game as well yesterday. So for that reason, I think there are two possibilities. Either they have evolved, they have leveled up themselves, they have figured out what they have to do, or they're going to falter down against teams known as Marcos. But yes, for now, let's talk about the roster. We have Oryx, Con, we have YOLO, Buzzworld, and many more individuals coming in from the corner. But from Marcos, we have Solo, Sachiv G, interesting name, Dr. Doom, 9490, Hamster, and Max.
Which is going to be absolutely interesting. Marcos versus level 100. Let's take a look after the map veto. Well, looks like says Horizon and Kyoto is going to be banned, and level 100 is going to go on for the first map pick of Skyway Stadium. Marcus is going to be the one who will defend on each of these maps. Second map is going to be Monaco, and then we have Las Vegas. So finally a Las Vegas action for today.
It could be a possibility that we are going to witness a last week's map, but that's a decider. Maybe it is going to be a 2-0 scoreline because so far we have just seen that. We just have seen 2-0s into the whole action. And if I'm not wrong, from yesterday till today, we have seen 8 matches of round two, and every single matchup so far has been just close, just cutthroat. But then again, it has been a 2-0 equation at the end. So we can call it
Yeah.
out a one-sided domination from one particular team. But now I want to see some close cutthroat action for sure. But yes, guys, with that, without wasting any more time, yes, we are diving into the action of quarter finale. Stay tuned. Let's see who's going to go straight up to the semis.
Absolutely. And there's going to be an addition of fog. Let's see how visually it could be, like struggling for all of the players.
Uh-huh.
Nonetheless, this is going to be an interesting one. So, taking a look at the comms, we have seen this before. 3 medium, out of which 2 are going to be having the Guardian turret, one having, like the dematerializer, one having the, dash, evasive dash, and then we have
Mhm.
the barrier mesh for the heavy one. So the comp kind of looks, like really good, especially knowing that they will be having an attacking first half. But let's see what's going to happen because Marcus in the attacking side have to be detrimental, especially in the Skyway Stadium Raider, where we have seen a
Yeah.
lot of defenders walking away with rounds that they should really not have.
Exactly. I mean, they really have to pick up the pace. If you are attacking, you really need to take that momentum from the get-go. Of course, you do have that defensive half that you are going to have after the halftime kicks in. But then again, if you take that initial few rounds in your control, if you get at least 2 rounds in your name when you are attacking, that will be a cherry on cake. But for now, as we can see, the round has been started. Attack is a little bit slow for now. But with this, Max and SR84 approach, I think maybe some interesting connections are going to get built. But even the defenders are approaching a little bit hastily. Let's see if the attack is going to be beneficial or not. Max, I mean, on a light, yes, SR84 is something which is quite detrimental, but then again, the barrier measure is actually going to help them a lot because they can easily intake a lot of damage if there is any SR84 shot that is going to come from the opponent as well.
Absolutely, but it feels like like Skyway stadiums have been like real dominant. Oh my god, that counter retaliation from the sniper rifle, just interesting, and that's how Marcus is going to lose their first man with 4 players. Team Marcus still trying to figure out which terminal to hit and get the decryption started for them. Meantime, level 100, they are looking pretty interesting. If I just take a look at their comp, am I wrong or am I seeing a 3 heavy build once again?
I think it's quite possible that they're going to go with that approach, and yes, I truly believe that they are at least 2 heavies. If I'm not wrong, Paradox and Boswell could be playing on 2 heavies. Aura, I think he is a light, and Dozer and YOLO, these are the 2 mediums. But the decryption has been started at A side. It's a 4v5 equation. The decryption has to be interrupted. We can see Toxic Gas implementing a lot of damage onto YOLO, but he is going to evade it. Can work his way. Dematerializer has been utilized. The terminal is still not going down anytime soon, but YOLO once again in the top 16. Toxic Gas, sorry, and you can clearly see that the damage is coming through. Oh, it's already 3v5. Marcos losing the track of their individual players, but there is one down from the other side as well. Now it's 2v4. Oh, it's 1v4. The last man standing. Where is he? Miles away, I believe. No, he's right there on the rooftop, trying to stop this interruption.
Absolutely, and I think they're gonna have more than enough time to get the decryption interrupted. And wow, like this was a 4v5 being converted in the favor of team level 100. What a way to start things up, and I'm really, really, glad to see, despite losing those numbers disadvantage, and like just before the round started, we were mentioning that in Skyway Stadium, some of the rounds that defenders kind of win, they shouldn't have walked away at the first place, but it kind of just turns around in their favor. But this time, I think a lots of top does goes to them. And as you mentioned, it's not a 3 heavy, it's like a double heavy, a 2 medium, and a single light. So that's gonna be some interesting things to really watch out for, especially for level 100. Because they, I think, yesterday did started up with a very interesting matchup. I think they went up against Lethal Foes and making their way into the quarterfinals. I think they're really looking strong so far.
Well, it's just the first round that happens, so I wouldn't like to really jump to the conclusions. Maybe there is a pulling force that is going to come from Marcos' perspective as well. Because of the fact that they are attacking, I think yes, you are a little bit vulnerable, but once you start defending, things are going to fall into your place to be precise if you are going to be effective with your approach. For now, as I can see, the defenders, they are looking good. Tozer, the medium, right out there with the turret, he's going to point some beautiful placements, but on the hindsight, I would like to see this time if Mad is going to do something interesting. if there is something valuable coming in from the other light, from the attacking light. Because from this side, yes, Aura was just so on point with his approach. But as you can see, the AK shots are being connected. Retaliation is coming through. Barrier mesh is activated from the Hy-Vee as well, so that they can absorb and soak up all those damages. Well, confrontation has been the case, but I guess they are trying to go ahead and get the decryption started. So far, it has not been the case, but the damage, it has been relayed a lot. But Paradox, look at him! He got connected with a hefty SR-84 shot and is already down to like 120 HP of his own.
Absolutely. I mean, like, that was a very big damage. I think that should be at least an headshot for that 225 damage, which puts him in such a 1/3 of the bar. But this, rain of util is just burning them down, and it's really putting them in a very vulnerable position. Marcos being the attackers are really putting so much pressure. Now with having the barrier mesh, let's see if they could really bring some advantage. Only 1000 HP for one barrier mesh, and that isn't going to survive for long. All the players are struggling to survive. Level Get once again having 5-man advantage and haven't lost a single body to themselves. Now as the entire attackers crumble, defense are going to go all in. Solo is one single player surviving, but he is going to get taken down. 2-0 start for the start of Team Level 100.
Not a very good start. Not a very good start at all for Team Marcos. I mean, they are definitely taking the control of the terminals, but when it comes to going for the decryption, I don't know what happened in the second round. They didn't even stick to it. They were not even starting the decryption, because once the decryption would have started, maybe there were certain mistakes that level 100 Gyat could have done, and that's exactly where they could have capitalized. But all in all these are speculations, guys. What really happened was a straight up domination coming in from level 100 Gyat. Although they were getting damaged initially, but at the end they were able to pull through. They were able to be effective. That's what matters. Level 100 Gyat once again looking forward to completely go ahead and get the setup done. And on the hindsight, Marcos would be looking forward to get at least one, and I can clearly see our Exum or XCon receiving some hefty shots onto him, but so far the connection has not yet been made. He's the light. One good SR-84 shot onto his head, that could be it. But they have to aim for the cranium, they have to aim for the skull. So far, they are just making their own, flank. They are making their own advantage pushes, but they are keeping a safe space between them and their opponent. I'm talking about Team Marcus. Look at them having a good space, but finally they have been spotted. The shots are being relayed from each side. But this guy, he can be the X factor. Misses first one, drops down, goes for the evasive dash.
And the interference of fog is so high that despite them using jump pads to jump around one place to other, they weren't able to really spot them unless they came closer and now are on the top of the roof. But the fights over the top of the roofs is now going to go on. And what was that, an RPG kill? Because that was absolutely insane for Marcus Gaming to really suffer another loss of first blood. Team Level Get once again having a big advantage for themselves. YOLO down to a little low HP and has spotted the decryption. So defenders, they have the decryption key all for themselves. How is Team Marcus Gaming going to turn this around is a big question.
And they have set up a jump pad. If you try to go ahead and get it, the jump pad is going to get activated and push you out. But yeah, it's a 2v4 equation for now. The dome is not going to be effective, but still it's a 2v3. They are trying to pick up the pace. The sledgehammer is in the hand. Let's see if he goes for some melee shots, but the barrier mesh is not going to be enough. But with the flamethrower, we can clearly see Paradox being damaged quite a bit. He's still retaliating, he's still picking up the pace, but it is down to one last individual, and he won't survive for long. There you go. Level 100 Gear, they have definitely evolved. That was my question before the action got started, and it feels like that today they're not going to have that kind of struggle as they had in the round number 2, match number 1. For now, in the quarter finale, their roots are definitely looking quite deep, and they are definitely the firm one. But now, halftime is here. That means the sides are going to get switched. Things can go south for even level 100 Gear.
Absolutely, and Team Level 100, just the way we remember, just the way we recall, as dominant as they were before. But hey, that was the defensive side. Now as Marcus, comes in for the defense, I'd love to see how they could really keep their hopes alive, how they could really, manage to bring the first point on board. Looks like the attack is already begun, and both the terminals are really going to be away for them. But Level 100, they are going all together. Is going to use the Vanish Bomb. Try to make sure that they manage to slip up and get at the position towards the top of the building to get a real scout view of what the util and what the entire terminal of A looks like. Meantime, Doxer
Yeah.
is going to go in. He might really spot on, and the sonar is going to give so much info. There's no one around the A terminal. This is a disaster.
Oh yeah, they had no idea. Finally, the goo wall is going to take a little bit of a time, but they have started the decryption, I believe. They're going to get decryption. Oh, they have stopped. This is interesting. I mean, they were about to go ahead and get the decryption done, but now they are left with just 1 more minute. And the heavy Mr. Hemsworth is right out there with the RPG-7 in his hand, waiting for the right moment, but they are trying to relocate. Oh, that's interesting. They are now moving towards B. That was a very good flank. If it is going to work, this is going to be a brilliant strategy because they started with A. They were managed to they were able to bring everybody down to A side, and now they are relocating back to B. This is going to be interesting. If they get the decryption done, the pressure will be on. There has to be a quick rotation, and indeed we do have a quick rotation coming in. Decryption still has been sorted. Barrier mesh being activated. The retaliation heavy versus heavy. This is kind of funny and ironic to watch, but we have the flamethrowers being activated. Look at this fierce battle, but Marcos, unfortunately, they lose their heavy. And it's wow!
They managed to interrupt,
Yeah.
and that's insane. I mean, how could you possibly even able to manage to just intervene that entire decryption, especially when both of your heavy are putting so much attention towards the top of the building there, and just being the center of attraction for all of those fights. But a big brain and a big win for the side of Marcos to really able to manage and get that victory. It all starts with one, and this is what Marcus need. Having a map pick like Skyway Stadium and being in there on the defense side, yeah, this is going to be interesting. And not to forget that this was indeed the map pick of level 100.
Well, level 100 Kyat. So far, yes, they dominated in their defensive half, but as soon as they went on for attack, they failed miserably. Because yes, they were good with their flanks, but after that, what happened? A sneaky interruption. But for now, RPG-7 is going to open up, dishing out the damage that is being required from the get-go. Oh, the glitch trap is going to punish him a bit. He won't be able to use out his gadgets wrong. But on the high side, we have the retaliation coming in. Look at this 3v5 already. On the rooftop, we have a complete chaos going on. Not just that, total control has been now snatched away. Oh my god, look at that. It's a 3v4 for now. People are falling down. But still, I feel it is the last round for Marcos.
Absolutely. And with the 4v3 or 2v4 advantage now going towards the side of team level of GAT, 100 GAT, they have the best time for them, have an advantage to close it down, and they also have the decryption key for themselves. Let's see if two players from the side of Marcos could really turn things around. Pyro grenade being used, but he is going to indeed do a lot of damage. Well, he is getting chased down. He's doing a lot of damage, but nonetheless gets taken down before he could be more chaotic solo. One final player remaining.
25
He should
HP.
just sneak himself in towards the understair position. But a 1v3 with only 48 seconds is going to be a tough time.
And the best part is, so far we have not yet seen the decryption being started. They have to go ahead and get the key into the terminal so that they can start the decryption. And that time the pressure will be on. And yes, finally they have done the decryption from the rooftop. Solo wanted to go for a 1v3, but it is just not going to happen. There you go, guys. The downfall of Team Marcos is quite surreal to watch. Level 100 Gyat with their very first victory in the quarter finale, opening it up with a big smile on their faces. I would like to say all they need is just one more map. On the hindsight, Marcos, they have to open up with a clean slate.
Absolutely. And I think the next up is going to be, I guess, none other than Monaco. And that's going to be all the way from the side of Team, Team Monaco, Team Gyat, who have the map pick. So, moving into their own map pick with having that advantage, leading the series with 1-0, they should potentially, manage to close it down. Because Marcus Gaming being one of this team, if he really manage to, give them an inch, they will surely go on and take the entire series for themselves, especially knowing that this is the quarterfinal, the first indeed, and the winner of this series is going to be potentially not just the first semi-finalist, but also will secure the top 4 spot to even at least secure the LCQ spot.
Yeah.
And as we know, all of these splits are about going at the top 2 and qualifying for the finals. And if you don't manage to go for the top 2, at least the top 4, so that you can compete in the last chance to qualify.
If you don't have the advantage of getting the top 2 positions in your favor, at least aim for the 3rd and 4th so that you have the last one's qualifier, as you rightly said, by Upcon. But for now, let's look at the MVP of this very first map. It is going to be Aura XCon from level 100 Gyat. The light build that he was playing on was so amazing. I was absolutely in awe with the way he was able to open up in the very first round That was amazing. The way for shot he took on Mad was something interesting to talk about. Yes, 8 eliminations, 1 assist, and 0 deaths. Now that's what we call a domination. Apart from that, the combat score of more than 5,000 is pretty impressive.
Absolutely. I mean, 0 deaths is like
Wow.
absolutely out of the world. And him getting like 8 eliminations, you would really want to see how this composure or this momentum just moves on from map number 1 to map 2. But taking a look at the other side, Solo with 3 elimination and 3 players from the side of Marcos really struggling. I do remember that Marcos were the one who had like a comp of, if I'm not wrong, like 3 medium, 1 light and 1 heavy build. So having 3 medium, having so many players heavily loaded with your turrets, mines and like utility, and on the back of that one barrier mesh which is going to be a heavy, it's really tough to see them only win 1 round. But let's see if they could really turn things around when we move on to the map of Monaco.
Maybe things will change over there in Monaco, but I'm patiently waiting to see how they are going to implicate. But yeah, I had my doubts from the start of this quarter finale that maybe level 100 Gyat, the way they struggled against Lethal Force, maybe that is just going to get implicated out here as well. But I am so happy to see that in just a span of 1 day, level 100 Gyat has actually leveled up a lot. The way they are performing so far is pretty interesting. But now let's talk about this second map, Monaco. The crane is going to be effective here. I think once again out here, Aura can be efficient with his SR84. On the hindsight, when it comes to the attack, Marcos is going to start off. Levan and Gyat once again are going to play on the defense, which is a sweet spot to hit on when it comes to Monaco.
Absolutely. I think Monaco once again starting things up with the defense. Team level 100 could really get pretty dangerous, especially when you know that those terminal sides going all the way towards those open fountain position. Especially, when we see those terminals around the church, how light oriented meta it could get. Because I feel these are some of the maps where you would really want to fall on and lean on towards your light builds, having those advantage like cloaking device, having your advantage going on with these dashes. But nonetheless, it's going to be all down to the players, and we'll see what are they going to be choosing for the build picks. But nonetheless, before that, we are going to go on for a very short break. On the other side, map number 2.
It seems like that level 100 Gyat has really evolved a lot. They have figured out the code to win. But Monaco is the map where things will change. Welcome back once again on the Desk Cup Finals Community Cup. And I'm looking forward to see what will happen next. So what are your thoughts on that, Upcon?
I have really been, pretty hyped up for games of level 100, for the games of, IND, and now seeing level 100 going up against a giant like Marcos and really taking them by storm. It's really something that we did not really expect, like a 4-1 scoreline for the first map. hopefully in the second map, when it's like the map pick of their own, they could surely want to close this out. But let's take a look after what the builds are now going to look like. Previously they did went with like triple medium, which is a heavily loaded ability and utility kind of build and com. But now going
Yep.
down to Echo, I would love to see how this is going to pan out. Obviously, like I think the addition of fog really made the contestant have a little struggle towards those defensive rotation. But yeah, this time double heavy, one light and double medium. That is the com that we are right now seeing, and I believe it's from the side of none other than Team Marcos. Yeah.
Marcos. Yeah. It is there from Marcos, and Mr. Hemsworth in the previous map, should I say, was not at all effective, but in this one, he has to be. But let's see if that's going to be the case or not, because remember, guys, it's basically one of those do or die equations for now for Team Marcos, as they have already lost the very first map. But now this Monaco has to be in their favor. The cranes are going to be very, very good for individuals like Aura, because he has done some good job. And even in the previous matchup that we were watching, individuals like Mr. Beeves, the lights on that SR84 were just so amazing. I'm looking forward to see if we are going to witness some other plays like that or not. Taking the rooftop control has been the key part for every single individual, but trust me, when you are an attacker in the map of Monaco, what is the best approach? I think the best approach would be going through the buildings. If you are able to get that control in your name, then that's best. YOLO on a medium, Mr. Hemsworth from the other side, definitely on heavy, exactly like Max. Now Max is the one who's just pushing the key towards the A side probably. That's what they're aiming for. Let's see if the A terminal is going to get capitalized by them.
Absolutely, and so far towards the spiral stairs, it's going to be the side of Team Marcos who are looking to hit the A side, which is in church itself, but the Guardian turret is going to be a little struggle. They do have an RPG ready just in case any players arrive, but the Matchberry arrives. All the players are looking to play on a clean retake. Toxic Smoke is going to put them down, but the Flamethrower completely annihilates that. Now that is a good way to start things up. Meantime, the players are getting detected. The sonar is giving a massive value. Doxer down to one final pixel HP, but he managed to slip out. Decryption has started, and we are down to 55 seconds in a 3v4.
1100 yard, not a very good start for them, but they are indeed making a dent at this point. They are picking up the pace, but the decryption, I believe that's exactly where they have to work on. They have already got control, but the interruption is not going to be that easy. Look at this. Roy taking the control. The assists are coming through. It's a 1v2 equation. Marcos, they're falling short of breath. Last man signing is out there. SR84 connection probably? No, that has not been the case. Buzzworld. F card in the hand of Solo. He is indeed Solo, but in the previous map he was unable to clutch it out. In this one, he has to fight against a medium. Oh no, actually fight against a heavy.
And he has an explosive canister.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Absorb a lot of damage. Oh, the refusal. The interruption. Can it happen?
Oh my god.
Indeed it did. Level 100 yard with a steal of a century.
Oh my god. That's a steal right under the noses of them. There were no right for them to really potentially win or have any chances. It was like a 2v1 situation. But I really kind of fear the way Solo actually played that entire round. He kind of slipped down towards the bottom position. Didn't have the correct position to really climb back. Only one thing that he really had was an explosive canister. Now, if he would have aimed it at the very correct spot, I think that wouldn't have been a chance for them to really go in for that sneaky little, interruption. Right. But what a way to kick things up. Level 100 once again kicking off with the round in their own mapping.
The smallest victories can build up the momentum, and I feel Yard could have got that momentum in their favor. And the way they were able to win that one was amazing. Look at them collecting all those canisters so that they can pick up the pace whenever the attack is going to get built from Marcos' perspective. Because in the previous round, they were quick enough to go ahead and get the control of the terminal and finally were able to start the decryption. But at the end, decryption, the way it was interrupted, that was just so mesmerizing to watch. And as you can see, the two heavies from the sides of Marcos, Max and Mr. Hemsworth, they are pushing in, but Hamster, the light, he is getting up close quite a bit. Buzzwell on the other corner, another heavy, is out there hunting for a few picks. The composition from both the sides are looking quite similar. They do have two heavies each and from each side, and also the decryption has been started. What? This one was a quick one. Now the attack is being built. The defenders out there are still bringing in the value. Look at them charge and slam. Oh my god, this was phenomenal. Already down to a 3-4.
Absolutely, he gets traded instantly, but this long-range sniper, I'd love to see what value this could bring for the side of level guard as the retake has to begin, but he is in a big trouble. 15 HP remaining for him, and he has to raise a white flag. Nonetheless, he is going to get taken down. 2v3 Marcus still holding their grounds correctly. The flamethrower is going to burn out another contestant, one final contestant, and it all falls to pieces. Team Marcos equalize the numbers in a 1-all scoreline.
No, they actually lose. They were the attackers, and I believe the interruption is going to come through. This is the beauty of the finals. So much of a chaos in last few seconds that you can't really decipher what is happening for now. But yeah, guys, it is level 100 Gyat, who are to be precise, getting all those rounds in their favor. Every now and there, they are just coming back on the picture. The start was very sneaky. I just love the way they were holding the crates with those canisters in their favor. He was just patient. He was like keen on letting that decryption get started, and with an element of surprise, he started popping off from there. And that was a medium, not a heavy. I mean, he could have not sustained a lot of damage, but that is the kind of momentum that level 100 Gyat is playing on. Now on the spirals, we do have the proximity mines pretty much alarmed and ready. Turrets are being set up onto the B terminal, but A is still pretty much vulnerable.
Yeah, especially towards the third side, you have explosive mines on your spiral stairs, and that's where the attackers are coming. Marcos, I don't expect this would be an easy hit for them, but I'd love to see how they would turn things around, because they surely have all the 5 players right towards the position, and they're going in for the B terminal hit. This could be a fake, just the way they did in the previous time, but now the Guardian turret having a good line of fire. The players just waiting for impact, and then they're going to bait out all the utils down there towards the terminal. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be a complete Megatron.
Oh,
already
lovely.
the first one, and that's Hamster, who gets a massive elimination as the first contestant.
He was trying to be sneaky, he was trying to come up with a backstab, but that is just not going to help them. So far, Dozer is also down to like a very low enough HP, but remember guys, we still have 45 seconds more to go with. Ooh, the RPG-7 is going to burst that rooftop, and that's why the players are going to drop down. Marcos down to 4 men. They really need to come back into the picture. Will they be able to do it or not? That's the big question. YOLO on the other corner is receiving some hefty shots. And also, getting the trade done and dusted. The turrets are already damaging out the players. It's 3v5. Backstab, there you go. Surprise aura. You are the light. Not gonna be heavy anymore. It's 2v4 altogether. Decryption has been started. They have to interrupt it. Will they be able to do it? He did, but now it's 1v3. Once again, the decryption has been started. All they need is just few seconds, and they're going to indeed get it, as there is nobody to stop them. And yeah, they have totally dominated the defenders' half.
Absolutely. I think that first blood that went against the side of Marcos was so uncalled. Like, that flank had to bring value. That sniper had to connect. But after that first connection, the way both of these players turned up and took him down, Hamster had no clue what happened in the midst of 2 to 3 seconds against him. And another flawless masterclass from the side of level 100 as they continue the defensive domination in the maps like Monaco, and even in the maps like Skybase Stadium. Now as we move on for the side swap, they are going to get the attacking side, and Marcos will be up with the defensive advantage. Let's see if they could really manage to turn things around, because the terminals are kind of in the fountain and in the villa positions.
Well, this time, of course, level 100 Gyat is going to face some wrath, as the Marcos can really build a good defense. So, I mean, on their attack, yes, I know that they made some blunders in the previous round. In the third one, Hamster, the flank that he could have like really cherished a lot, that costed them. I mean, if he would have got at least one pick from that particular angle, that would have turned the tide of the game. But at the end, that was not the case anymore. Now we have the attack being built, the cloaking device, cloaking still effective. XP84 in the hands. Hamster, he was the flanking individual. It was not that effective, but Marcos, once again, what is this happening? They lose again. They've lost one more with the sledgehammer. They are already pretty close to the terminal. And look at them making an entry in Monaco. It is getting spotted. Dome has been initiated. Dome shield is going to be effective enough, but with the sledgehammer, this guy is just going for the meaties. Is he going to be effective? Well, they've already lost 2. Oh, actually 3 now. It's 2v4.
Absolutely, they're giving no chance. They kind of intervening them to go on for the decryption, but so far they have been so unsuccessful. Wow. Great way to use the dematerializer and completely lock out your opponent, but with down to only 83 HP, he needs to regain to at least 150 and maybe then try to strike back. Yeah, the decryption has started. You don't have much chance. You don't have much opportunities. And up there, Max, being one of the heavies, has to do a lot of job. He only has a shotgun available. The pump shotgun not really work a lot. And there goes another sledgehammer. And that is going to be it. A masterclass of a 4-0 victory comes into the hands of team Level 100 Yacht, and they are going to be the first semi-finalist of the Finals Community Cup. What a way to put things right there. In a BO3 series, we thought that maybe this could be finally the chance where we go on towards the third mapper, but Level 100 is completely locked in.
Oh yeah, even you wanted to see Las Vegas, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case anymore, because yes, we have a wrap for this quarter finale match number 1, and we have, if I'm not wrong, our first semi-finalist. It is going to be Level 100 Gyat. The way they performed, it was just amazing, quite intriguing to watch, and I'm happy to say this once again that they have evolved a lot from the day number 1 to the day number 2, and I would like to see them again doing the same stuff on day number 3 as well.
Absolutely, but I think up next matchup is going to be even more interesting. We have Team IND going up against Alpha Strike. Alpha Strike was, the first team that I, witnessed having a clean sweep from being down to 0-3, then coming back to a 4-3. Like, that was mesmerizing. But once again, Paradox being the one with 6 elimination, only a single death, and having a lot of value, and those impact frags coming in through these matches. Man of the entire, match for this entire game and series.
Yeah.
And I think, the most valuable player has to go towards the players who were towards the medium and the heavy side. Apparently, we saw how much value and how much, objective based game we were seeing mostly on the first half radar. Where Team Level 100 Get, they were playing the objective. They were letting them get the terminal. They weren't just ready to lose their numbers. And after that first sneaky, interruption which they got in the terminal, it seemed pretty clear that they are mostly playing on the retake. After their opponents and the attackers get the entire advantage, then they'll go for the strike back, because already they'll be cut down to pieces and they'll be so low on their HP.
Honestly, that was a brilliant strategy. I mean, waiting and eventually letting the other guys infiltrate your side and then catching them on board. That was amazing. But if you can see, Dr. Doom today was not at all useful, to be honest. I mean, in the previous map, he was able to get 0 frags, and in this one, he just opened up for the first time for 1 frag. So I think, yes, the team effort has to be there from these individuals, but I was so surprised to see in a map like Monaco where things can go haywire, you could have at least got 1 round in your favor, but nothing of that case is going to be in the name of team which is there on the backside, that is Marcos. But Level 100 Gyat on the other corner, they will be cherishing all those advantages. 6 frags from Maddox. Aura, I am also surprised for one more reason, and that is Aura not being that effective because of the fact that Monaco is a map which can provide you a lot of open spaces to play along with, and a lot of SR84 plays could be into the whole scenario. But Aura this time was not even keen on playing on those sniper. He was there with the XP. That means he was on the SMG and he was just trying to be effective on it, and he did. A lot of rounds were snatched by him, and even in the close quarter battle, he was just so amazing.
Absolutely, but well, that was it for the first quarterfinals. This is just getting started for the finals. Now we are going to move on for the fifth quarterfinals, for the second quarterfinals, which is going to be between the side of Team IND, and they are going to go up against none other than Alpha Strike. But before that, we are going to take a quick short break. See you guys in the final series of the day. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Finals Community Cup. One final quarterfinals that remains between us and this entire day, and that's going to be between Team IND going up against the Strikes. And I'm going to be really excited to see how this match is going to pan out. In one hand,
Uh-huh.
Raider, we have the side of Team IND who loves to run like triple heavy build with two, like light builds. And on the other side, we have a team which is known for their comeback, which is known to have a really consistent, sort of performance. So it's going to be a pretty toe-to-toe games.
Against a team who has shown us the clean sweeps, the reverse sweeps. So I'm looking forward to see what is going to happen. IND versus Alpha Strike. This indeed is going to be a fierce one to watch. Apart from that, so far in the last 9 games, including the 5 yesterday, we have seen just 2 zeros. That's all we have seen. But again, I would like to see IND doing some fun stuff over here because the unconventional approaches they are bringing in. To be honest, there is nothing unconventional or conventional for now when it comes to the finals because you are the guys and these are the teams who can build the meta for now because this is a new game. You can start with a scratch type of equation and then get whatever you want in your favor. If it's working for you, maybe people are going to follow that. But for IND, I think that 3 heavy and 2 medium build were working a lot as they were absorbing a lot of damage and dishing out in close quarter battles. That was just fun to watch, but that was round number 1. I mean, round 2, sorry. So now, once we dive into the quarter finale, the competition is even more fierce. The stakes are a little bit higher at this moment because if you win, you are off to the semi finale. If you lose, yes, split 2 is the only option that you have got.
Absolutely. And I think this is for every team playing in the quarterfinals, this has to be like a really high stake game because you just eliminate by winning this game solely, you're just eliminating the entire round of 32 that you have to again run it back. You don't want to do that. Alpha Strike, meantime, let's have a look after their roster. We have Alpha, Razai, Wazil, Marox, and Wyclone. These 5 players, I think previously I do remember them playing it with a very good, double heavy, double medium, and 1 light comp, just the way we saw in the previous one. But Team IND, this is the one which is the main talking point. Tempest, Arav, Jitsun, and then Moku and Zero. Wow, I cannot wait to see what IND is going to cook for today's matchup.
First of all, we have to look into the fact what are the map veto telling us, which particular maps are going to come into the action, and with that, yes, we do have the map veto.
Wow.
So Kyoto and Monaco, 2 of the most used maps so far, has been banned, and we start off with Las Vegas. That's interesting, and it has been picked by Alpha Strike, where they will be attacking and IND will be defending on the hindsight. We have Cis Horizon. This could be the last map of this day, or it could start a new beginning for that particular team which would be losing. So I'm looking forward to see if we are going to watch the decider. Otherwise, in Cis Horizon, we have the attack coming in from IND and defense from Alpha Strike.
Absolutely, and I feel Las Vegas is going to be interesting. And starting things up with the defense, I do want to give an edge that Alpha Strike, if there's ever for them and ever a world for Team IND. Like, let's not forget, Raider, that Team IND has not just been unbeatable, they have not dropped a single round. Most of the games that they have won, as far as I believe, both of those games of round number 1, round number 2, it's been complete 4-0. That is the IND that we are seeing today. And I think after them, there have been very less chances that I've seen any team run the triple heavy. So let's take a look at how the entire, first map of Las Vegas is going to look like. Nonetheless, I'm so excited for this entire game because this is the final game of the evening.
Well, indeed it is. I mean, from here we'll get to know who is the second semi-finalist because we already got the info of who is the first one. It is 1100 Gyat. After beating their opponent Marcos, they've already done a fun job in the quarterfinale match number 1. But now as we dive into the action of quarterfinale match number 2, it is indeed going to be quite interesting to watch what happens next and who is going to take the total control because as the game goes on, I think IND could be starting off in a big way. But on the hindsight, I think Alpha Strike, as they were able to come up with a reverse sweep yesterday, maybe that is the case today as well. But Las Vegas, a very impressive map, although not picked a lot, but as a caster's perspective, we love to watch it. Talking about the compositions, let's look into that fact as well. What are the builds that they are going to bring? Okay, we have 2 mediums, 2 lights today. Where is the 5th one?
Yep. Is this the IND? I don't think this is the IND, but well, double light, double medium, I have never seen them. Okay, finally they go on for 1 heavy. Any end movement switches? Not really. Okay, so 1 heavy, 2 medium, and 1 light against 5. Okay, so it's triple medium, 1 heavy, and 1 light. So yeah, it's going to be interesting, but the attacking advantage now completely lying onto the hands of the lethal strikes, and I'd love to see how this is eventually going to turn out, because we did witness some sort of disconnection from one of the players. So we'll just have a quick glimpse and quick talk out through the players to sort all those things off. We know how important this game is going to be for them. We know how important this series is going to be for both the sides.
Of course, it is very, very important, as we have emphasized a number of times that the stakes are quite high. We're talking about $10,000. We're talking about the very first Community Cup in your name. And in terms of that, there are certain steps that you have to cross. First of all, from Split 1, we had 32 teams initially yesterday, and from there we are down to like 16 teams. And from here, of course, the top 4 teams are going to get cleared away from the quarter finale. We have already got level 100 Kiat. We have seen what they're capable of. Now the question is, what will IND do against Alpha Strike, and vice versa. Of course, Alpha Strike could be the team which is going to come back into the picture, and I would be more than happy to see if that happens. But trust me, the competition so far has been so amazing, so avid. Although the fact is that we have seen 2-0s all on, but on those 2-0 equations, we have seen some phenomenal plays also coming to the picture. And we can give this fact also consideration that this is the very first Community Cup. People are still trying to understand. You guys, our viewers, are still trying to understand what finals is all about. But after this event is over, after Split 1 is done, I believe, in Split 2, we'll get to see even more fierce competition.
Absolutely, and I feel like, this is something that did came to my shocker. I think this is where I feel a boundary line has been drawn from the side of Team ID, that they really, when they are up against a promising opponent, they really have to give the respect to all of the util and all of those ability that comes in through a medium agent. And I think one of the special mentions about the specializations, which I do think is Dematerializer, as we saw in the previous few games, the way you could just go through wall, block it off, lock out your opponent out of those chains is something that goes out to be so underrated. If you ever go on and see each and every specialization, especially with most of those medium picks actually going in just with the Guardian turret. So these are some of the abilities which surely comes in clutch for you. What's your thoughts on this?
I mean, it's basically like one of those Harry Potter movies where you can actually dive into the station and get that ticket to the Hogwarts. It's like one of those equations. You just go with Materializer, open up a portal, and dive into it. And it's like the other guy, your opponent, does not even have the access of it. And you just block it off. And he's like, what should I do? If I am a heavy, you can go with RPG-7. If you are light, you can go with some evasive maneuvering angles, and you can just figure out if you can build another equation to completely go into that particular area. But if that's not the case, you are left untamed, and the other guy, he can easily evade, he can easily flank out and maybe surprise you from the back. All of those equations are obviously going to be quite interesting. And also, I believe medium is by far a very good build because of the fact that it can soak up a certain amount of damage. Of course, it is there with 250 HP only, but it is not like one of those light equations where you are down to 150 HP, and even if you get shot down, you can just come back with 100 plus HP in your favor. It's not like one of those equations. You're not that squishy. Yes, you are, but as compared to light, you can still be fast, you can still be effective, and at the same moment, you can still pull out some amazing specializations.
True. And I think at least having those mediums are important for you, given that, some of the utility involves those explosive mines, involves the sonar grenade, which in dark maps, like Las Vegas and dark map, any night mod of Kyoto or even the Skyway Stadium, which is not there at the map pool right now, is so important. But we have the side of the attackers, which, if I'm not wrong, is going to be the side of the strikes. Alpha strikes are going to be the one with double heavy, double medium, and one single light. This could potentially be a very mirror comp in terms of both the teams going in with a simpler side of builds. So let's see how this first half is going to pan out, as both the teams are now ready. And yes, indeed, it's the mirror comp.
All right. Diving into the Las Vegas, kicking the quarter finale number 2. The question is quite important. Who is going to go to the semis and who is going to have their run getting stopped in the quarterfinals? Let's have a look at that. I mean, for now, of course, the stakes are a bit higher. IND is going to go for the defense for the first half. I think they can pull it off, but then again, Alpha Strike, I don't know what they're going to bring to the picture, but they have to be effective with their approaches. Our charge and slam, opening up the doors, pushing through the walls. Ooh, the damage is still coming in, as we can see the canisters depleting their HP. FO and Morax, both of them have been tagged.
This is a bad start, if I may say. Alpha Strike has lost a major chunk of their damage to this, and you know how defensively well Team IND could be, who are really healthy at this point. And if I'm not wrong, I do think it's like a triple heavy and double light, isn't it, Raider?
Yeah, actually, we have three heavies.
Yep.
Oh
So
my God,
IND is
this
so
is
bad.
interesting.
Absolutely.
Oh,
but
they
the
are.
clocking device. Oh, this is going to be so tough. He bounce off. The RPG going on the chase, but it's going to get intervened. Oh my God, this looks to be a little struggle as Alpha Strike might really take this heavy one down. He's getting chased on the strips. No chances of survival. And yes, Alpha Strike is going to take over them.
Oh, this is not looking good. The get-go, you can clearly see the amount of damage. But if you see Alpha Strike's individual players' HP is quite low. All of them can be picked off, and the individuals who are surviving, two of them are heavies. We have Jitsu, we have Tempest who are the heavies, and they can easily pick up the pace and eventually shut their opponent down. The light can enact. No, that's not the case. It's already a 2v2 right now. The Egyptian, that has to be interrupted for sure, but it is done. Alpha Strike has been stricken and they are out of the equation. It was down to the last man standing, and that is the best part of having a heavy in your team. And if you have three, maybe two are going to get taken down, but the last one, if in a 1v2 battle, he still can pull it off. Having the barrier mesh, having the amount of HP that can soak up all those damages, and a Lewis gun in your hand, it is indeed an advantage in the last 1v1 type of fights. We have seen that from the start of this event. We have seen that if there is a heavy at the end, and if you are light or medium, you are indeed going to struggle quite a bit. Taking him down is not going to be easy.
And I think I would love to blame a major chunk of that entire round to the first mistake that they had. That one explosive through the canister that costed them a lot of HP. Each and every one were like took an intake of like at least 25% of the damage in all of this player's HP bars. Yeah, that is something that would have turned things around. But nonetheless, Team IND, they have the first round on themselves. Alpha Striker this time looking to hit the A terminal.
But Weasel, the heavy, is once again tagged quite a bit. Now that's something which is not good. They have got the sonar grenade, the light is going to get that util and those gadgets out of the equation. But as we can see, the rain of terror is coming through. XP54, the cloaking is going to help them a lot. It's already a 3v4. Oh, the assist comes through. I think it's easily going to be a downfall of Team Alpha Strike. But Alpha Strike is also striking. The dome shield being evaporated, being utilized quite a bit. The last man standing. Who is that guy? And it's FO. And he is a light actually. No, he has been detected. I won't believe at this moment if he's going to clutch. I don't think so it is possible for him. Yeah, there you go. Shut and done. This time they had two individuals to fight against a light. They were effective. IND, yes, they are definitely coming close to their downfall, but they are still rising like phoenixes.
Absolutely, and that, them cutting off the entire rotation in that choke point was so unexpected. Like, you do not expect the players to just come in from the backstab at the starting 20-30 seconds of the round. Like, of course, if you're a defender, you want to, just to defend your terminal, you have to play really passive. But the way Alpha Strikers just got, like the element of surprise remained with IND, and they really caught backs of Team Alpha Strike at the worst possible time. Nonetheless, one round awaits the first half, and still Team Alpha Strike having that attacking side, hoping that they could at least win the first round with the RPG into the hands of all the heavy builds from Team IND. They're waiting to scout, they're waiting to see if any player could really get spotted towards the top of these buildings. If they do, just imagine the level of, rain that could happen through these RPGs. So far, I think IND has not really managed to spot Alpha Strike, but just as I say that, RP7, RPG is going to just go in, and there goes the deep dive. He goes right in, gets one. 3 players remaining for the side of Alpha Strike. They are not yet able to manage to get any trade from them, but 0 from the next tab. As the sniper of the but the Lewis guns spinning down each and every player. And with that Alpha Strike, they're all down to 1 player.
From being the spectator to being the chaos, IND did it all. I mean, dropping down initially with the RPG-7, the damage that was there, and then the Doom Shields were infiltrated with the Charge and Slam. That was just so amazing, and that's why I love heavies in this particular map. Of course, if it comes to another equations, I think heavies can be drastically disadvantageous when it comes to their movement speed, but once you activate the Charge and Slam, it's just amazing to watch how much of a damage that can be there. You wanted to break that rope, but remember guys, IND were already taking the roofs. They were leading the charge from the rooftops, and they did it again. So far, not even a single slip up from their corner. And IND with a 3-0 now will be attacking. Things could change as Alpha Strikes is going to set up their defense in backstage and cloakroom. These are the stages, these are the areas where the terminal A and B respectively is going to be available. So let's see what IND is going to do. Let's see if IND can teach us how to attack Las Vegas.
Absolutely. And do remember, Team IND, this is potentially their 5th to 7th game in the entire split one. Not only they have lost a series, not only they have lost a map, they haven't lost a single round. That 3v5 was the closest we have ever seen Raider Team IND get to a loss. But this doesn't seem to be the case. Once again, Team IND on the attack position, going all the way in towards the room's position. They want to get the terminal as quickly as possible. And with the throwing match into the hands of, IND, looks as if this could be a little tough situation for Alpha Strike to actually, kind of retaliate back.
They're actually following the same strategy. They are coming up from the top angles and they're just making sure that they get all those ideas and sides if there is somebody rotating. Zero on the other corner was able to dish out some good damages onto the other guy, Afu, who was the light coming in from the other corner from Alpha Strike, and they have already lost like 70% of the HP. As you can see, oh, he's back to 100, of course, due to the fact that the regeneration is going to be there, but finally, a big blow to them, but instantaneously, retaliation comes to the trade pass and not swapping with the Lewis weapon, with the Lewis gun. It is now down to the last man standing, and he's actually alive. Wow. Now that's how you turn the tides. Arav, yes, he'll be back to 100 HP, but he won't be back with vengeance, as there is nothing that he can really do. Has got the cloaking, but the glitch trap is going to confuse him a lot. Okay, another 1v1. Can he put it off? No. He's down to like barely 49% of the HP, but the other guys are pushing in rapidly. I think it's basically done and dusted, but he still pulls off a 1v1. That's good. The heavy is still intact. The cloaking device is going to help him, and he has taken down one more. It's a heavy versus light, and he gets
Oh my god!
What? How can you do that? Zero. Oh my god. He's the hero indeed. Once again, just like yesterday, he saves the day for Team IND, and the undefeated reign of terror from Team IND is still going to continue. Alpha Strike, this was the biggest blunder
I have ever seen, at least. Like, this was interesting, having just an M11. That SMG, what more do you want your light to do? Taking down 2 counter lights, using the cloaking device at its best. And when you mentioned the trap, device, the glitch trap was so struggling for him, because when you get attached to a glitch trap, your cloaking completely gets disabled. You don't have any of your abilities that you could use, so he had to reposition himself. He had to really give up on that fight and go for a real recovery for his HP. But IND, I was in a state when it was 1v3, and even you did not believe that it could be an advantage or any chance. Even I thought that IND, maybe it's the first round that they're going to lose in this entire the Community Cup finals. But wait a minute, we had this one player alive, and him against the world, and oh man, does he delivers. What a way to get one of the best clutches to close out Las Vegas in the favor of Team IND. And now when we move on to map number 2, this is going to be an interesting one. Team IND still looking like a powerhouse, but could Team Alpha Strikes, could be able to fight back? That's going to be a big question, Raider.
Well, after this, I think they will have a tough time, and the momentum, the mental demoralization is going to be up high, because you had a 3v1 equation in your favor. You had everything under control, and trust me, even the decryption was not started, so they were running low on the time as well, and everything changed. Zero, he was indeed the hero. I just have to say this, man, because in the finals community, I think Zero is the most feared light that you can easily watch. Mr. Beeps, yes, he is an individual. Aura, yes, he's another individual that is quite phenomenal in his own way, but this guy, he knows how to clutch. But let's talk about the MVP. Well, it is going to be Arav with 7 eliminations, 4 assists, and just 1 death in 4 rounds, and a combat score of 4750. That means, yes, he did the heavy lifting for the team for sure, but at the end, it was a team game, and IND stood tall in it.
Absolutely. Arav once again being the one with 7 eliminations, only 1 death, and having a pretty strong start for his team. Second map is going to be an interesting map to really watch out for, because it's going to go all the way towards the side of Swiss Horizon. This is a map pick from the side of Team IND, and I haven't seen much of IND Swiss Horizon, so I'd love to see if they are, triple heavy build kind of goes. How would it go? Because you have those, breakable buildings, you have those breakable blocks that you could really walk through. And one of those interesting things, like having 0 medium build from a team is so unexpected, right? Because your medium builds bring so much value, not just a turret or a dematerializer, but those equations of mines, those equation of flashback grenades, and all of those, it does. But nonetheless, taking a look after this entire scoreboard, 7 eliminations for Arav, 6 for the start of Tempest, and only 1 for Zero and Muku. So I mean, that was completely unexpected. But Alpha Strikes, they need to step up more and they need to strike back. That's gonna all happen in the map number 2, which is gonna be Sis Horizon, but all after a short break.
What a phenomenal performance, no doubt in that. The way they played was something amazing, to be honest. But on the hindsight, let's talk about the team which lost the action. Clown, Weasel, FO, Zion, Morax. Alpha Strike could have been the better out of it, but they struggled, and we can clearly see how far the struggle has taken them. I mean, after this, I think the only option that Alpha Strike is left with is basically win the next two. Yes, we have seen reverse sweeps from the corner, but I don't think so that this one is going to be an easy one. So for that reason, I think the competition has to go on. The chaos has to get built, and he has to even improve on their own stances. Zero, I don't know what was there, but Zero was definitely one of the phenomenal individuals, and we can clearly see that now Sis Horizon is the only option where Alpha Strike can come back, because if they lose, they are outside the split 1. The quarter finale is very good stage to reach out to in the very first Community Cup, but then again, if you are close to semis, why not go into it? But when you have a wall like IND, I don't think so even a heavy charge and slam is going to break it open.
Absolutely. Sis Horizon is going to be the one that will be around the corner. And I'm really excited to see how this match is going to once again pan out. Because this time, I think the attackers are going to be from the side of team, like IND, and them starting things up with the attack. It's going to be really interesting to see. And I'm really excited because a map pick of IND and them being up by 1-0. Let's see what Alpha Strikes have in their bag.
I mean, there are certain speculations. Alpha Strike maybe are going to come back into the equation, but the only option that they have is also this map. They have to come back in Sis Horizon, as we have emphasized n number of times that we are following the single elimination brackets right now. Yes, we do have a question of a BO3 equation. If you lose one map, you can bring yourself back in the next two, but for that you have to be effective, you have to be on point. But against the teams like IND, I have my own doubts, man. IND, so far they have just blown our brains out of our heads, because the way they play is just something amazing. Look at them again playing on 3 heavies. This time not going for even a single medium. They have 3 lights. Interesting approaches, but I think we should wait a little longer. Maybe they're going to switch. Maybe lights are going to get converted in mediums. No. 3, 2, 1. All right. We have 3 heavies and 2 lights.
And one of the most interesting thing, they don't even have, the match barrier. Like, this is what we did not really expected. All of these players are going in. The heavies are going in for the charge and slam. While if we talk about the light players, one of them are going in for the cloaking device and the other one with the grappling hook. So I'd love to see how this eventually is going to pan out with you having no barrier mesh, because you know how important that could really be, especially in terms of you playing the objective game. But yeah, the defense side of Alpha Strike, this has to come in clutch for them in the starting half.
I think I kind of understand why they have not gone for the barrier mesh, because of the fact that they are attacking initially. Charge and slam is much more effective specializations, because what we saw in the Las Vegas and Casino, in those fights, we can clearly see how much of a damage these guys can do. Of course, they would be able to soak up a lot of damage if there is any SR84 action coming in from the Alpha Strike's perspective, but with the charge and slam, they can easily shut down 1 to 2 individuals in one particular specialization usage. So for that reason, I think yes, it is a viable choice. How would they implement that in the game? That is something which I'm looking forward to. The Lewis gun, Insu is moving in, and as you can see, they are already popping in. They do have the glitch traps activated. The position has been detected, all thanks to the sonar. But nobody has been tagged even a bit. The barricade has been utilized. RPG-7 in the hand. There goes kaboom! The light is just getting lighter as his SP is just getting depleted. He was trying to dash out. Won't happen. Alpha Strike already losing 2 of their own.
Absolutely, and this is going to be a really bad start. Alpha Strikers just alive with 3 players, but Team IND, they are completely locked in towards this terminal. This is going to be an individual duel, but well, that's not going to survive for long. And Team Alpha Strike, within just a few seconds, they get taken down. First round up for the side of Team IND, and yet again they deliver the expectations.
Well, the expected part is definitely coming into the reality, as IND is prevailing once again. IND has been fierce when it comes to their attack. Defense is something where IND might be a little bit unstable, because they just love to go all in, they just love to perform, they just love to be a little bit aggressive on that note. So I'm looking forward to see if it is going to be a 3-0 equation once again, just like the previous ones. Because if it is not, that will be the very first opening against IND by any particular team so far in the Community Cup. But as we can see, RPG-7 in the hand, I think any light who is going to come in front of him, he is going to face the wrath. But the jet setters, I mean, when it comes to Dazai, the particular guy who is playing on a light, he is out there on the doors, holding off the angles. On the hindsight, the decryption key is also out there on roofs. They have spotted one guy, and that's going to be a 4. If I'm not wrong, he's also a light. It's going to be interesting to see how he survives on those rooftops.
The damage would be annihilated, but
look
I
at
think
that.
he is going to get completely locked down. Wozzy's position is trying to take a fight. The Lewis gun is going to strike back, but Alpha survives. And this is not something that you would expect. Team Alpha Strike looking so good so far. They have the info, they have all the advantage that they could have asked for. And with all the player now completely isolated towards the B terminal position, they're disrespecting their own dome shield. They do get caught off guard. Team ID is the one who goes against as the first blood, but they strike back strong, they strike back fast, and all of a sudden it's Alpha Strike. Now down to an equal numbers, but oh my god, that's completely not lived. That is completely short-lived. And now Dazai being the only player remaining in 1v3, he has to play the objective here. After the decryption key goes in towards the terminal, he have to interrupt it. With all of those against 3 players of Team ID, it's going to be a pretty hard one for him.
I mean, he knows where the decryption key is, and that's why he's trying to gatekeep it, and that's a good strategy. But remember, guys, we have the mediums available. Decryption is going to get started as the dematerializer was just effective over here. He is taking some hefty shots with the LH1, but in retaliation, all he is going to receive is a shot to his cranium, and that's how we do have a 2-0. Once again, IND rolling in fashion, rolling in style, as they have back and forth 1-2 amazing rounds.
Absolutely, and like this is really looking interesting so far, especially from the side of Arav, and especially how we saw the players just going on for these open fights, not really having any fear. And a fearless IND is indeed a very, very, I'll say a deadly IND, especially when you're on the other side of the server. Alpha Strike this
Look at
time.
him calling.
Oh my god, the emotes is just how much fun you're having. Oh, I love that one actually.
I mean, he's calling, bring it on. And he's the one who is bringing in the wrath. Look at him. The light, 0. Tempest, the heavy. Muku and Jitsu, another 2 heavies coming into the fashion. And they're just using charge and slam for no reason. Because they're enjoying the action right now. They're just having fun. They know that it is going to get regenerated pretty soon. All it is going to take is just few seconds. But on the high side, FO pretty much stacked up. Morax already down to like 50% of his HP. This is a tough one, man. I think it's a 3-0 altogether.
Absolutely, but this time it's a massive damage to the head that did came in, but Apo goes back in a very unfortunate position. This leaves only 2 players remaining from the side of Alpha Strike, and this is so unfortunate. Wow. All the heavy builds just striking back, giving no chance for them to trade. 2 final players remaining. There's still a hope, and they are but Alpha Strike, could they survive this Lewis gun? No, that's not the case. 1 player remaining, and that's all down to Weasel. The heavy is going to gain back 125 HP, but it's going to be so tough for him to fight back, especially with having no util and only a barricade. So 150 HP is back for him, but could he really manage to turn things around, especially with 2 heavies and a light remaining from IND?
I mean, the decryption has started. It's a 1v3. You're not the IND 0 or Arav who has pulled off a 1v3. Weasel, a heavy, slow on his feet, but yes, a tank of his own. Maybe he's going to change something, but look at the crossfires being built. Oh my god, once again the emotes, the audacity that IND has got after winning so many rounds back and forth is just so amazing. The kind of momentum that they have is just so on point, and that's why I said, like, even with Lucifer on the desk, I said that I think IND might be the particular team who is going to move on to finale for the very first time, because the way they are playing, the way they are building their momentum is just so amazing. Obviously, that is a big commitment from my side as a caster, but looking at the play style of IND and then comparing it to the other guys, for example, 1100 Gyat, even Alpha Strike for the same sake, Marcos, I can clearly see the difference. I can clearly see the efforts that they put. I can clearly see the strategies that they can build. So for that reason, I feel that, yeah, this might be the team who is going to be undefeated till semi-finale for sure.
Absolutely, and it feels to be so far the case. They are 1 point away. Like, the semi-finale point is right up next to Team IND. If they win this, they are up to the top 4 position, and please secure the LCQ and make it to the finals. But now they are at the defensive position. Alpha Strike are the one with the decryption key, and they are making their way in, but a long range fight does really help them to get some chunk of damage. But when you're against heavies, that really is just like a minor detail. But then comes from the back, it's going to be Jitsu, who is putting massive damage, and 2 players already down. All the dome shield is going to be there to give some players some advantage, but all of a sudden the RPG-7 is going to take down 2 more players, 1 player remaining. It all falls to pieces. And Desai is the only player remaining against 5. The world stands against him, and he is going to get taken down. Team Indy continue their unbeatable streak, going up 4-0 twice, and now are the second semi-finalist of the finals Community Cup.
The Zai was fighting against a light, and as soon as that light came into his crosshair, he was like he is going to put him down with the XP54. But in retaliation, all he had was one good shot on the cranium, on the head, on the skull, whatever we want to call it out, on the Zai, and that's how we got to see IND clutching it out once again. Oh my god. I think appreciation is going to be a small word for these individuals.
Yeah.
The way they are playing, the way they have performed is something to read from, is something to learn from. All those individuals who are like trying to get into the esports scenario of the finals, I would like to say this: watch these individuals, watch them playing, watch them being so effective. It feels like that it's just another day for them. They're just so on point with their play.
No, like if I would correctly mention, it feels like they were waiting for this day for so long. They were waiting for
Yeah.
them to get an opportunity, for them to really be the one who be the representatives of the region and see what they have done. Like, it really comes to show what it means to these players. And to any esports org really looking out to sign the finals team, this is one of this team. Like, this is one of those ones. And Team Indy has always been, like a very OG name in any esports title, especially when it comes down to like games which are just new to the esports scene.
Yeah.
And like I'm really like happy to see that Team Indy should doing so much, and especially mentioning to the players like Zero, Tuaru, and even now Moku is another most valuable player this time as a heavy with 5 eliminations, 3 assists, and 0 deaths. I mean, that's just like what do you expect?
See, and the beauty is from IND, every single time there is a new face coming in. Initially, if I'm not wrong, it was Arav. Then in the next map, there was another guy. Actually, it is Mukku to be precise, because there was no third map coming into the action. So 2 maps, 2 different individual players coming on the MVP tag. And that is the beauty of Team IND. One fails, another 4 are going to pick up the pace. And that is the best part for me, to be honest. And that's why I am looking forward to them being in the finale, being in the semis, flawlessly winning their rounds. And let's look at the scoreboard as well. And as you can see, 2 individuals from Alpha Strike were not even available to open up. Be it Desai or Alpha, both of them were playing on lights. I think they should change their role. They should go for a medium for now, because they should be able to like soak up some kind of damage. Because on Desai and Alpha, every now and then whenever we saw them, they were just getting countered.
Absolutely. And like we on the desk, when it was the very first day Raider, like we were giving a lot of thoughts on what a 5v5 tactical way would be for you to initiate inside this game.
Right.
Like, you want to have those abilities, you want to have those strategies, you want to have those dematerializer for special maps like Kyoto and this. But when we saw Andy and Kyoto, they were like, if you get shot right up in the face, you are gonna die. There's no comp, there's nothing that could really, be a counter to your firepower. And that is Team IND. That is what they bring to the table. 350 HP for all 3 players. And then 2 of them being the light, being the chaos maker, being the one who completely drags the attention, while the other players completely take a lot of advantage with their big, heavy builds. So this is what the entire day was kind of looked like. Eternal Fate and the side of Team Horizon Esports were the teams who made it in the quarterfinals alongside Team B team. But then in the quarterfinals, it's going to be the level 100 and Team INT who made it in the semifinals. And guess what? Up next semifinals is going to be up against level 100 and INT. But after all of those 4 quarterfinals, which we will see.
Well, tomorrow is the day when we will get to have an insight of what is going to happen after the split 1 is over. Because tomorrow we'll get to see the changes in the brackets. For now, yes, we have a beautiful confirmation, guys, that level 100 Gyat and IND are the 2 teams which are going to go head to head tomorrow, probably in the semi-finale 1. But even before that, I believe we have to watch what happens between Wars Generation versus Eternal Fate and then Horizon versus B team. Whoever going to win from these 2 individuals, from these 2 quarterfinals, they are going to move into the action of semis, and then we'll watch those semis as well. So yeah, guys, now the goal for level 100 Gyat and IND is basically to achieve the hashtag 1 or 2 position. If they don't get it, at least achieve the 3rd and 4th position, so that they will have that last chance qualifier in the name.
Absolutely, and I think that's very important. For me, like level 100, they have already made it into the LCQ, and almost if they beat up the side of Team IND, they could be in the top 2 position. But at least making the top 4 is such a big mark. But nonetheless, what an amazing day it was, isn't it, Raider? Another day for us and another 2-0. Like after 2 days, we have still struggle to see any decider games, and maybe potentially tomorrow when we'll be having like 2 quarterfinals and 2 semis and then the finals. I think tomorrow is going to be pretty hyped up. I cannot wait to see that what is going to unfold in the tomorrow's like action.
Honestly, it is going to be quite fun tomorrow because, yes, as you rightly said, we will get to see the semis, we'll get to see the rest remaining 2 quarterfinals as well, so that we will have a conclusion of who are the 2 individuals going straight up into the finals, guys. And on the hindsight, we'll get to know who are the 2 individuals who are going to be there fighting in the last chance qualifiers. But that was it for day number 2, guys. This is the finals community cup that we're talking about. I read it along with me, Akon, will be signing off for today. We'll be coming back tomorrow, so stay tuned. We'll be back tomorrow. Bye bye, guys. Peace out.